Hello. I'm a little under the weather today, so we're going to see how this goes, but I have something interesting to try. Namely, I want to try to revise my plugin Airwindows meter to better suit the needs of when I make console H, so that I can have a cooler meter going on in there. And if I can successfully do it, then the videos that I post about how stuff acts in Airwindows meter can have two different meters on them. One of them the existing one, and the other one more like in the bottom of the screen maybe, being the smaller, perhaps more creative one. And so I am going to start up and see what I can make happen in here, which is not going to be easy or go smoothly, but maybe it will, who knows. A little hard to tell, really. So I've got a sort of instruction manual here, and that's something I'm going to be dealing with now. And the very first thing that I can do is go to the Airwindows GitHub. But not just the Airwindows GitHub, I'm actually going to be going to Pamplejuice. We're going to be trying to recreate what's here. This is from a template file. And the thing about this is it's a template file for being able to make GUI plugins and stuff. It automatically builds on GitHub. That part is probably not what we're going to see happen today. And you go here to use it. And as you can see, there's been some updates since I last used it. Like there's a 5 months ago or 6 months ago. It says bump dependencies. That's what I was worried about. And the idea here is you're supposed to be able to use this. I don't know whether it includes things like clap plugins. I know my notes here, I made a bunch of changes to be able to include clap, and I'm not sure whether I'm going to be doing that today. It's like this is way past my pay grade. The stuff that Sudara is doing with this. Ooh, also look, it says Pamplejuice failing. Interesting. I guess we'll find out whether any of this will work. One hopes it does. I never told him I was going to try to do this today, by the way. If this completely and totally fails from the very beginning, one thing I can do is show you what I've been doing on that video game. That is amusing, it's just that this also needs to be done. And I do have other coding, and as you'll know, I do have my wood stove. It's going to get really cold during the next week or so. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on that. For now, let's get that fire going a little bit better. So what I've been doing for some of this morning is just putting in a single log and letting it sort of stay warm without really being a very good fire. And I'm going to nudge that a little bit now. We're going to make space for a couple of logs. And let it heat up a little bit more. Also, that's a birch log, so that bark is going to catch like something fierce. Look at it go. Birch bark is a hell of a fire starter. It has a lot of oil in it. It burns very aggressively. Like even the egg cartons that I use for starting fires with, seeing as that's like a form of paper product that'll burn good, pale in comparison to actual birch bark. Hey, Florian. Reasonably well. Not feeling super great and not feeling super terrible. And I've got stuff to do, and this is a fine day to do it in. Let us see what we're looking at. This worries me. The fact that it says failing feels like I'm a little worried about that, because this is what I need. So the whole thing with how this is working on my website right now, on my GitHub right now, is that I've run this a number of times to produce binaries that should be still working for people. Like if you go to Airwindows meter or whatever, at the time that I ran it and built those things, it used the GitHub systems to produce a series of binaries that are in the form of releases that you could download the binaries and use them as plugins. That doesn't mean if I ran them again today, it would still produce binaries that work as plugins. And that's because this is what's called continuous integration. Notice that Sidara's thing, it says, a Juice audio plugin template, Juice 8, Catch 2, plugin valve, macOS notarization, as your trusted signing. I'm not signed up for as your trusted signing. GitHub actions, and so on. This is meant to run as a thing where you can run it and it will build a plugin for you today on GitHub using GitHub's compilers and things. That also means it gets to build current modern Windows builds and Linux builds and things like that, whatever it includes. And my instructions here, which I think I can squish that in a little bit so that it's narrower and I can still see some of what's going on. I've got my constructions and it says click use template, so it'll suggest make a repository with your choice of name at the base of your whole GitHub. I'm looking for Sidara to be able to make what's called a monorepo. I don't think that's happening today unless he's here and feels all full of beans. I'm only moderately full of beans. I'm going to make another cup of coffee and it'll be my third cup of coffee for today. Well, this could be very interesting. It could also fail really drastically, and I'm going to tell you why I want the monorepo. If I build this today and it completely and totally fails, like here we are, this thing. See how it says failing? This is some kind of little bug here. And what it means is Sidara Pamplejuice actions, and that is apparently the report of the most recent action. So the continuous integration part seems to be not working today. I could be wrong. Like we'll go here. And so the most recent failing, it took 15 minutes to run. It tried to bump actions and check out, which is what GitHub has going on. See, GitHub will change out from underneath this whole system. What that means is if I have a bunch of stuff built this way on, and I do, I have console X and I have meter built this way on my own GitHub, and it does something like bump actions from 4 to 6, Dependabot GitHub Actions. This is stuff that has to do with it working with GitHub itself. And GitHub Actions is not necessarily great. One hopes it's okay, but it might not be all that great. The most recent update thing that it did there is December 1st. That claims to have worked. This may not. I don't know what most of this stuff means. You can click on these and see if it does anything. That is the same scenario. In November, it tried to do a thing and that failed. Then it tries to do things and these succeed. I run something similar to this. Ooh, and this is probably a don't know whether it succeeded or failed. Oh, skipped. Interesting. And this would be the most recent. And when it did that, we ended up failing on November 24th. That's the most recent thing for this workflow. We show all workflows. These are okay, and this didn't work. So we're going to find out whether all of this has led to Pamplejuice collapsing and dying. That is, in that case, it would be up to this point. Ooh, and here we've got, on September, Sudara ran this and found that it didn't work. So this probably would be changes that Sudara made after having done this. I don't know what this will have meant. Hey, Sandarby. I wasn't aware any of my plugins ran natively in Pro Tools. To Sandarby there. So that became updated, that became updated. And so I suppose I could have checked up with Sudara on this, but I mean, he knows I'm going to be working in this area. I said I was going to be working on stuff like this before the next year. Hey, Cowboys. So that would be why this little bug here, which links to the actions page, says failing. I don't know whether that means Pamplejuice is incapable of building a living plugin locally, which is where I will start. What I'm looking to do here is try to copy it over to my GitHub by using this as a template file. I'm going to be using this particular one. Seems to be like 5 months ago was the most recent. A bunch of commits. Sudara is building a, and it's not going to show up here because it's not an open source plugin, but Sudara has a synth, and I'm going to be looking into that synth. In fact, maybe if this doesn't work, I'll look into this today. We'll see. But it's that or the video game. But first, we see whether we can make this work in any way, shape, or form. So my instruction says use a template. It'll suggest making a repository with my choice of name at the base of my whole GitHub. I'm going to be using the plugin from here because this is the original version of the template. I'm not going to try to do it from one of my own, nor do I want to make them template repos in their own right. That's the whole thing. That's the whole reason I want a mono repo, if it's possible to make. Because when GitHub changes out from underneath all of this stuff, every one of my individual builds will go dead. The stuff that it has built while it was working, the binaries that it'll produce, will still be there, and those will probably continue to work because the actual binaries of the plugins don't go dead as quickly as something like the GitHub continuous integration system. But GitHub will go dead, at which point every single repo that I have based on this will be broken, and I will have to update every single one of them manually. That's why I want a mono repo, because if I have a mono repo, it'll run this whole system, but it will do it independently for every single plugin that I've got, and then build a new version of that. And don't know everything about what that's going to require, but as you can see, some of these things, like it says dependencies, attempt to get cache working, so on and so forth. The mechanics of this get updated more often than the underlying stuff, although the underlying stuff is based on Juice. Juice is also a moving target. What you build using Juice probably continues to work as a plugin, but if you continue to try to use Juice and allow it to update, other things can break too. So we're going to start with use this template and create a new repository, at which point it's going to suggest I build it in my own place, and that's correct. I don't think I need to use all branches. Let's see whether my references have anything to do with that. Like, I'll show you my guide files here as well. Pick the name you want, which had better not overlap anything at base level. I don't intend to. I'm going to call this new one Dark Meter. The original one was Meter. I don't remember what the weird description for Meter was, but we'll call that the description. It's Airwindows Meter reimagined against a black backdrop. If I can get this working, build it, and start fooling with it, then we can start doing more fun things visually. Choose visibility. Oh, our web page is behaving poorly. Okay. Let's say it's going to be public. It needs to be public anyway. That's fine. This is probably everything I need. Boom, let's go. Chad, I don't know which is correct, although I do know from my experience with things like video games and stuff, like from back when I was, Unity is a really interesting example as far as how you should work with stuff like this. And I'm fairly confident I'll stand behind what I'm saying here simply as an outsider. I don't have to be a Unity expert to have an opinion about this, and it applies to Juice as well. So when people were programming in Unity, before they changed the rules of how they work with licensees and tried to pull a number of fast ones and caused everybody to freak out and not want to use Unity anymore. And that is the thing that happened. And they probably still do this to some extent. Unity tended to think of all kinds of cool stuff to try to include. Like Unreal is doing a form of automatic polygon optimization. So Unity comes up with somebody to do an automatic polygon optimization as well, and they put it in and they say, yeah, you should use this. And they were a moving target going so fast that their stuff could be buggy and weird. So if you do auto updates from some kind of host, like this one that we see here, you don't always know whether the new thing the host is attempting to do is well thought out. And if you do auto updates, you're depending upon them to keep all of their stuff functional and working, which is sometimes legit, and sometimes that's not what you want. So people coding stuff in Unity would often end up making things that they'd be running on a very specific version of Unity that might be a couple of years old, and they will have extended it, they will have done that stuff with it, customized it, run a bunch of different plugins for what you call Unity, which I don't think they call those plugins, but whatever it is they call it, like Unity Asset Store, Unity Assets, that's what it would be. And you'd be best advised to pick a version of Unity, lock it down, and be running with that until you released your game. You did not, 2 weeks from release, update the version of Unity that you were using. And I think this holds for things like Pample Juice and so on. And it would, in fact, hold for, ooh, look, it's now 3 minutes since I committed this. This would, in fact, hold for stuff like running a version of Juice or running a version of Pample Juice. If you are coming close to being able to produce your final binary, you probably don't want to update your whole framework. This is why I want a mono repo for all of this, because if you are working with new stuff, especially in a situation where the system requires complicated integration with underlying build systems that live on GitHub and change out from under you without your control, GitHub will update this stuff so that it will no longer work. I guess I'll find out today whether that's true for literal Pample Juice. That's what I have here today. And we're going to have a bit of a look at this and see where we're at. I've got this so far. It said I shouldn't need to include all branches, and I have not. Very good. So I've got some more instructions here, which I'm going to be following. And in fact, I believe it's going to be like this. So go to the eventual place for the repo, which me is Airwindows, just Windows. I'm going to want to run terminal. And we're going to do git clone Airwindows darkmeter.git, because that's what I called it. We're going to see whether that works. So first thing I can do is cd, and there is a cheaty way of zipping into a location like this. If we drag this little folder into terminal, well, it's giving me the long form path for going there. So now I've used that to go to this location, and that's where the eventual place is. That said, I don't have to make a subfolder and go to it, because we're going to be producing one like that right now. So we'll see whether it works. Okay, that looks about right. Let's see whether it's able to do it. It's a good start. Looks like it was able to do it. CD to there, and then pico.getConfig, because there's a thing to do in here. Actually, let me, I'm going to scroll around here. I don't have anything that are actually like passwords or whatever in here. I do have a app-specific password that's visible in the text. That's probably less of a concern. It's a notarization password. The ID app password is not actually what the text of the password really is. So yeah, this is probably legit. I remember going over this rather carefully and being like, can I show this on stream? And I feel pretty confident that I can. One hopes. We shall see. Volume faders in Reaper, I don't know. I don't know whether the volume faders in Reaper generate artifacts. It'd be a little weird, but I mean, stranger things have happened. I usually don't use them because I'm usually running console. And my volume faders in Airwindows console on Reaper shouldn't be generating artifacts. So where were we at? We needed to do Pico in order to edit a thing. Let's follow the instructions. Pico. Okay. And this needs to be changed from the HTTP version to something else. So I don't think any of this other stuff, it doesn't say there's other stuff to be changed. It does say I have to be sure to remember to put a colon there. It'll fail if I don't. But then also it needs to be git@github.com. And that appears to be what I need to do. So there's a write out that's Command O. And I can exit. So that should have edited the git config properly. Then begin CMakeList section. So we don't need to be in Git at this stage. Also, I got a bunch of stuff about clap extensions. I don't feel safe attempting to make those work, nor am I sure that I need to. I think I probably need to. Let's assume I don't. Look at that. We got Melatonin Inspector, but we've got something that says that it's the clap extensions. I'm not that worried about this at the moment, but we'll see where we go with that. So we got a CMakeList. So yeah, need to work on that. I'll bring it over so you can see it. Here is CMakeLists. There's stuff that I must do in here. I don't know that much about Goodhert's company either, so I can't really speak to that. Let's see, what were we trying to do here? We were going to look up what else needs to be said in here. So replace Pample Juice with the name of your project in CMakeLists where the project name variable, so not literally everywhere. That needs to be the same. But there's places like here, set product name, and it does say change me, so we are dark meter instead. Also, look at that. There's another thing to change. There's a whole series of things. Let's walk through these things. I don't know if I necessarily... Yeah, I have to look up my plugin manufacturer code. I have one of those for Mac. So let's see. Those are comments. This is not. It would be nice if it highlighted the comments differently, but it doesn't. Can't have everything. Product name. Dark meter. Company name, that's gonna be Airwindows. Bundle ID, well, that's gonna be interesting. I don't remember what I did with this, although I might be able to look and find out. Let's find out. Here's another copy. Here's meter. Here's my previous version of CMake lists text. Looks quite different, but let's see what I went about doing it. So change me. I'm going to say it's com Airwindows dark meter. Everything seems to be lowercase. I think it needs to be an individual name. The plugin format stuff, it builds standalones whether it knows how to do them properly or not. I have built multiple plugins where it builds a standalone and it doesn't actually work because it's not a standalone application. It's a plugin running in the shell of a standalone application. Now, so what I have here, I believe clap juice extensions, back in the day I had to put those in manually. This appears to be built in. Whereas for mine, it's doing add subdirectory juice, and then I threw in the subdirectory exclude from all. This is from the source pample juice, so I'm preferring not to do that. Or this is from the source pample juice, and so I'm going to try to keep this here. This says change me, but I don't have to, but the 4-character plugin ID, in fact, I do. So it's not this, it is DTHR. Yes, my Apple ID is dither. Of course it is. What else would it have been? And then the plugin code also needs to be updated. I've got it as METR for meter, so we're going to have it be DMTR. Funnily enough, my plugin IDs don't necessarily have at least one uppercase character as plugins, but either Juice or something to do with Apple wants them in this context. So that's what we're doing. Hey, Travis. Let's keep scanning through both of these in turn. So I can hit a quick save. Some of that is a little much to scan through. I believe it's building these, and I have not exempted any of this stuff. often it's like, okay, Juice Audio Utils. In theory, if I'm building a Juice plugin, I can use like Juice's own FFT calculations or whatever in my plugin as like their own little libraries. They'll also have things like filters. I've got stuff like filters implemented in code, so I don't need to call their stuff. That said, that might be a path towards me being able to start to work with the FFT stuff and not actually have to code it from scratch. We're not there right now. So there's the CMake lists. We're still looking through here, trying to do the right things. And Juice display splash screen. Oh, and we have to rename a thing too. Fine. Oh, there it'll be. It's right there. So uncomment Juice display splash screen because we are open source. This Pample Juice build is apparently GPL v3. I can take MIT stuff and put it into a GPL v3 licensed thing. You just can't do the opposite. Which is why for my plugins that are built in all of these formats, the ones that are standalone plugins are MIT licensed, but then you can't be necessarily sure that all the other ones, like for instance the Console X channel as a standalone app is an MIT license. Pretty sure the Pample Juice build has to be GPL 3 in order to be able to build some of the pieces of it. Then, let's see. So product name without version. We'll save that. I think maybe we're done. Oh, actually, I probably don't need to do this. That's already there. So if I don't need to do that, then I am in fact done with CMake lists. I guess I'd better go back to here. Boop. And now that I'm there, I should be able to run the CMake thing that I have to do. It says you have to build the Mac Xcode project before finishing the clap extensions. That's probably not true anymore. We'll find out. And CMake dash capital B builds dash capital G Xcode. And now we find out if it's able to do that. It maybe was. No, I guess it wasn't, was it? Huh. Okay, this could be a deal breaker right from the get-go. Or I misspelled it. I misspelled it. Look at that. Xcode C is not capitalized in Xcode. Let's try that once more, but do it right. It's a fairly common problem, I think. Boom. And we still couldn't do it. What's going on? It couldn't find Pample Juice version as a file. It couldn't find CPM. It couldn't find Pample Juice macOS. Well, was there something I was supposed to do here first? Or perhaps I'm supposed to go to a subfolder to do it? Well, we're in this subfolder. Hey, Ghost Martin. I don't have good ways of, in classic VST and audio unit plugins, reading that information from the DAW. If somebody knows how to do that in like 2016 DAWs, such that VST2 and audio unit both make that available to the plugin, and you have documentation for how to do it, you can show me, and then I'll be able to do it. That's how that works. I have to be able to do it for like 2016 audio unit and 2016 VST2. I know other people building plugins even back in the day were able to do that. I wasn't one of them. So if you can find somebody who knows how to do that, and it works across multiple hosts, then I'll do it. So let's get back to this. I can probably open up CMake lists again too. So CMake is supposed to be able to find stuff in the /CMake folder. Ah, but I don't see anything in here. That's interesting. Let's go over to here. Is there a folder like that in here? I think it didn't get those things. Weird, interesting. Maybe I can work it around. Let's download a zip. Let's go back. So this is a folder, but it's like we're supposed to be able to generate stuff from this. Now, before I do that, there's stuff that I can do with CMake that sometimes helps. See, I probably need to run this. It does save this in I have this all written down in a list, and yet I believe I have failed to remember to do it. So here we are with this, here we are with that. In theory, this would have worked if there was stuff in these folders. But look, that's empty too. So here's why, I believe this is why it failed. I needed to look earlier in my folder. So I can do that. That says it's up to date. So I don't have any significant changes in here that would need to get pushed to the public version. But I forgot to do a very important thing. You have to say get submodule update init recursive. When you do that, it should populate the juice folder, the CMake folder, stuff like that. Because see what we've got here? There's these two things that are linked into somewhere else. And right now they are stark raving empty. So really what I need to do is take this line of code, update my little instructions for how I make all of this work. And then rather than go, you have to build the project, blah, 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 blah. We've done the CMake list stuff. I bet we got to run that. Let's see about running that. And looky there, now we are cloning stuff into those folders that were empty before. That's going to be a big help. Or rather, before I had that, it was a complete non-starter. It always needed that. It needed to have it in these things. And it looks like it has finished. I'm willing to bet that this is no longer needed. So much so, I have this in an old backup on my computer. So what I'm going to do, and I've also got these things in existing CMake files. Let's assume that it can actually do that already. So now I've got another funny little instruction. Oh, it says I should be building the Mac Xcode project first. Let's see if it works this time, and not with the capital C and Xcode. Well, it didn't insta-fail. It still hasn't insta-failed. So that's cool. Chad, what you're suggesting is somewhat more possible. Oh, I've already made lots of delay plugins. Thing is, a lot of the ones that I do, for instance, tape delay is meant to act and function like a tape delay. I'm often... it's not a wrong suggestion. I can do the math to make that actually work. So you could, in fact, it would work a little bit like soft clock, spelling out subdivisions and things. It would be very similar to that. In fact, I could use the code from soft clock to do it. So that's possible. Let's just say that's possible. Okay. So far, so good. That actually worked because I remember to do git submodule update. Fix the CI. CI is continuous integration, but I'm not going to be using that right now. But let's see whether this is even relevant. Oops. Here. I think that's what it was. Oh, yep. Okay. So this may or may not even be the same. It says do Control V 6 times, that's page down, until you see submodules true and change it to submodules recursive. Well, maybe it already says that. Let's find out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Or maybe I went too far. What's page up? Why? Hey. Okay. So I don't actually need to do that. Because when it says check out code and it says submodules true, it does in fact say submodules recursive. Does it say it literally everywhere? Maybe. I don't know what any of this stuff does. Check out what submodules recursive. We have other... I don't understand what any of this means. Code sign with as your trusted signing. I don't have an Azure ID yet. Secrets is something you do on the GitHub site. I do know that. And let's see, I didn't have to do a damn thing, so we're going to just exit out of there. So, I do not have to fix the CI. I can update my notes to specify that I don't have to fix the CI. Sidara has already done that. Add the clap submodule also using gets. Wants to put it in libs, but modules worked. I believe I'm already there. See, clap juice extensions. That's probably how it's meant to be. I'm certainly not going to try to do that again. Let's see whether this observation is correct. In the tests, there's plugin basics and it contains a PampleJuice demo. Well, let's find out whether that's still true. Plugin basics. Open with the baby edit. Haha. Dun dun dun. That's still true. That needed to be updated. Save that and bada boom. So tests that needed to be updated. And look, packaging DMG JSON. Let's go and do that. Where's packaging? There it is. DMG JSON. And baby edit. Multiple references to PampleJuice demo. That is not what this is called. It is actually including the PampleJuice ICNS. I'm willing to have that be there, but I feel like I'm going to change title. Going to leave some of Sidara's branding in there because this would not exist without Sidara. But I do have to include these. Otherwise, it will be misnaming everything. No. Because we're going to be generating dark meter rather than, oh, and we do not have a reference to clap. Oh well. Although, So I do not know whether these aliases will work. What's in resources? Oh, README and EULA. Like the name, I think this fills in the names. It's doing something fancy. I am assuming that it's going to actually link to the aliases that you need for your computer. We don't have the claps listed here, and that's a concern. I could change it, but then I'd have to kill it. I mean, I could change it, but by simply going, okay, path vs path clap, and then your Max clap folder. But I don't know if that's, I don't think just changing it, that's like voodoo programming, as if that would give me the end result that I'm looking for. But I do need to save those changes. So there we are. Pample juice being changed. And then duplicate the processing block, and there's the final version of stuff. And the GitHub code signing stuff, I'm not there yet, because at this stage I may be able to build a plugin and play with it locally, and that's what I really need to do. In fact, if I can do that, it's time to go and make another cup of coffee. Maybe I'll set you up with some background music. I'll take a bit of a breather. We'll come back and we'll hack away on the meter. But first, if we finish doing this, and I know that I need to duplicate I've got example code for this. Let's save that. Let's save that. I don't think I need to do anything else here, but I'll put it aside just in case I do. And here's the meter version of the same thing. So as you can see, these are not exactly the same. So one of the things that I can do right off well, there's a couple of things I can do here. And one of them has to do with BB Edit. So firstly, let's just option drag this stuff from one place to another. Because we're reusing this code. This is like my control code. It's essentially the libraries for drawing my knobs and things. And now let's see what we need to do in order to make these be the same. So firstly, we'll go in order of what's being shown. Plugin processor. So this stuff, well, you can't see all of it. Let me fix that. So one of the things that I can do in BB Edit is compare differences and synchronize them. This is so much differences that I'm not even prepared to deal with it. It's a lot. So let's eyeball it quickly and see whether this code has significant differences, like get name, const override. Can I simply copy the one over the other and have that work? So we got parameter value changes. It's being handled in a certain way. Prepare to play does appear to be the same. Release resources is void. That appears to be the same. Esbus's layout, that seems the same as well. Process block, that's going to be important. That is exactly the same, except for I have an additional process block with the audio buffer double. Audio processor editor create editor override. Is that exactly the same? Mostly. I have to include the bool supports double precision. I'm looking to make dark meter. Knob A. So there's one parameter, but the number of parameters is 0. So this is just there. Let's see whether, yep. And do we have, Okay, that gives me the feeling that I could just drag it directly over, and that would work. Let's have a look at this one. First, the unaltered directly from Pample Juice, and then meter. And the reason I have to have audio processing code here is because I'm reading the audio values. And the reason it has to be double position is it's passing through. And so if I put this in a chain on double position, it would pass through as a float if I didn't have double covered. So we've got that. Where are we starting? That is the same as what's here. That looks about the same. I'm keeping an eye out for whether it says meter somewhere, because it might be saying meter somewhere. Some of this stuff I've munched together. Like this is the same as this, except for that it's on one line. And you don't have to have it be on one line, but I just wanted it to take up less space when it was just the boilerplate that I don't understand or alter. Looks to be about the same. Ignore unused and return, ignore unused and return. Likewise. Prepare to play, ignore unused sample rate samples per block, sample rate samples per block, good. Release resources, nope. So was buses layout supported? So this is relevant stuff, but we are only returning. Is it supported? Ignore unused, return true. If it's not stereo, return false. That is because this is a metering plugin that runs on a stereo thing. And it's not a synth. Okay. As editor, gets data information. Set state information. Is that here? Is that up here? Perhaps not. Is it after? Okay. It was after process block. I decided I wanted process block last. And here's where we get process block, but this time we're doing something with it. This is the float version. So it'll run on a single precision bus, such as Twisted Wave uses. These have to match each time. Here's all that's in process block for the Pample Juice demo because there's nothing here. Mine's a little bigger. Mine's got that in it. Because we're keeping like peak information, RMS information, zero cross information. It's not changing any of the samples. It's just passing them through. See, out equals in, out equals in. But we are calculating and sending messages left and right to be able to draw the stuff on the meter. So I was also trying to make it not update when Reaper's playhead is not in motion. I did not succeed in doing that. There is a further comment here saying like, well, if it does this, then it does nothing in Reaper, but it works in Twisted Wave. Twisted Wave runs the single processing. Reaper runs double processing. So if this is all it is, and I didn't have it in here, that would explain why it wasn't working in Reaper, because Reaper only runs this code. And it's like a copy paste exactly the same as the previous one, but it's all either double or single buffers. And let's see where it says return plugin processor. Just call type plug. Yep, this also looks like I could copy it directly over. And then after that, how about plugin editor? What have we got here? Well, that's actually very simple. It's opening everything way off screen. And then the one that's in meter is not quite as complicated. Some of that private stuff is the same. I'm not actually using the melatonin inspector, which is something that Sidara coded. And I'm implementing stuff like paint and resized. That appears the same. Plugin editor appears the same. It doesn't include the same stuff. The stuff that it is including appear to be the same, like binary data and so on. It has to have a slider listener. I managed to come up with that at some point, clearly. And let's see, where else are we at? And then that's slider-based stuff. I think that simply has to do with the reset button. See, I'm using a reset button so you can blank it. And then let's have a look at what plugin editor CPP looks like as well. And again, what I'm doing here is I'm looking at it and seeing if there's anything that is obviously wrong. Should I simply copy this code over to the new place? Because this is what was built in to Pample Juice. And this is what was working on the previous version of Meter that I made. Well, you know, some of that stuff looks about the same. This is building Melatonin Inspector inside sort of the startup of this stuff, where the add and make visible is. Whereas in mine, we have a lot more going on here. But it's still... And then we've got a bunch of stuff there, a bunch of stuff here. See where it says draw global bevel effect, stuff like that? And it's reading all these messages. I feel confident enough to say that we can risk doing this. Let's see whether we can make it work by literally just option dragging everything over to the new location. And if we go to builds, we are in Dark Meter Xcode project. Now we see whether this stuff is working in a sensible way or whether I'm looking for trouble. So I'm going to set it to build Dark Meter all. This is probably fine locally, but on the version that lives on GitHub. I'd be wanting to have it also build for Intel Macs. And then over to product build, let's see whether this even works or whether it's not actually going to work for me. It's off to a good start. But we've got a problem. No viable overloaded equals. Interesting. See, this worked before. So I've got 2 of those. I apparently have an enum value hype, which is not in the switch. Okay. Okay. So this will have changed out from under me. Let's do a thing. I bet I can tell you what this means. And I can find out later what it's about. I bet I can tell you what that means. So what's going on here is I am supposed to be able to load the color of the actual track in, say, Reaper. This is what is not working right now. That needs fixing, but I can probably get away with not having this run. So what happens when you run this? When you run update track properties? Is we're supposed to be able to look up what the host has colored the track that we're on, and then assign that color as a tint or a more vivid color to the interface of the actual plugin. It works in the original meter. Something's changed since I did this, and I can probably, there's probably some friends I can ask as to what happened. But, and I'm no longer able to do this correctly. Now, I don't know whether that is because host track color doesn't exist any longer or because processor ref track properties doesn't exist. This is supposed to be giving me, when available, it's supposed to be giving, I wonder whether that's the only problem too. It's like 4 errors, huh? And then plugin editor. That's just pointing to the same places. And then the rest of these warnings I do not care about. This might be trouble. It might not be crash and die trouble, so I'm going to leave it alone. It's a little over my head. Probably if I was using a JetBrains thing, it would have more sensible advice. I'm using an older version of Xcode, and I specifically don't want it just AIing my stuff up, but these are the kinds of problems you run into where I can simply not apply those things. And if I simply don't apply those things, it will not be trying to apply the underlying track color, which is something I'd like to do in my plugins, and I'd like to bring that back. However, if I can get it to build today without that, I'll call it enough of a win. And I'll find out later what you have to change in order to make that work. We shall see. So if those are the only problems, I'll probably have built a plugin of some kind. It'll go and see it. In fact, it may even have installed it in my plugin folder. We'll see. Alrighty, we claimed that the build was successful. Let's see if it put something in my build folder. I don't know if that put anything in my build folders. And it wouldn't have put a VST because that is older than. Alrighty, so let's find out where we need to dig up this stuff. Huh. Okay, let's not worry about that. If I remember from back when I was doing this the last time, I was opening up a separate folder just so that I could drag the thing to an appropriate spot as I went. I do not remember whether it is... nothing showing up there. I'm not trying to build it as a debug version. But that's exactly what it's done. Okay, so that is not actually the plugin, is it? Ooh, not at all. No, we've got a bit of a mess here. I have to go and find out where it's put my things. Here? No? Ooh, that's not it. How about here? That says debug. No. Well, so is this showing me anything useful? I feel like I should have left information as to where you find the plugins that it makes. Like I believe if I go to VST3, see now we have meter VST3. That was built in 2024. And that is there. Oh, hello. Hang on. I spoke too soon. Look at that. Well, let's see whether we can run Twisted Wave. Nice little host program. We'll open a reverb file. And we can run meter. But if I refresh the VST3 list, maybe it will find the new version, at which point it will presumably, it gets stuck looking for this, I don't know why. At which point I should be able to update it. And let's see, now VST3 effects. Did it work? Here's the new version. That looks like it is alive. It lives. It lives. So the job for today is to strip some of this stuff out and make it so that my meter is on a black background here and incorporates some of the information I need to incorporate. Specifically, we'll be talking about this all afternoon. It needs to be able to draw some of this stuff, but all in one area There's going to be less of these little elaborate, all these notes. But I need to have the peak energy being drawn. It needs to be drawn over a black background. I can probably live with having these lines and have it still be relative to literal volume levels. I may not need slew meter at all because color is going to play that role. And I need to have zero cross also being drawn on this top area, but in a different way, like coming in as a different colors or different something. And that will be quite interesting. But for now, you need to let me go and see, let's pick a good large file of this nature. Session A sucked. How about session B? There we go. So that's a little more pleasing. So I have to go off, make some coffee, very likely hit the restroom. I said I wasn't feeling super well today. I'm not feeling super terrible either, but here is the new dark meter, and there will be many, many updates to this through the course of the afternoon. I will return with another cup of coffee, and hang on a second. I'm also going to do more with regard to resizing this the way that I can do, because this can be resized quite a bit. So see where it says hit record meter up here? This is the area that would be customized to the track color in specific ways if that code that I wrote was still working. Right now it is not. And this white area, nothing's going to be drawn in here. And lastly, I need to set this so that it goes to stream. Alrighty. And come to think of it, I could actually bring that back up here. I will be back. Boop. Alrighty, that gong represented me returning to coding. And what we're looking to code is basically redoing this very meter. This is dark meter, which is exactly the same as meter. And my job today is to transform it into, firstly, when I instantiate meter, it's what I use in order to make the videos that I'm making for $10 patrons, stuff like that, where you can run your own copy of it to see what all that stuff does, but things off of my own record collection. And I've been making these videos like that. I need to make another version where, let's see if it remembers the size. It probably will not. I think it goes to a default, which is this. So normally how I make those videos is I'm at about 720p, and this is visible over a little window of vinyl record if it's off a vinyl record. I'm looking to make another meter that will sort of fit into the bottom area so I can run both at once. And I want one that's dark theme. I've got this dark window here, which draws its little pictures and colors, and that's all well and good. I'm going to be ignoring that. We're going to be leaving that alone. But I need to reinvent all of this stuff, including these references and things, to make something that ignores some of this. I don't think I'm going to need to make it do a rating. That can be the original one. It probably still should have the DB ratings. If I'm not mistaken, those DB ratings move along with everything else. There will be no labels for peak or slew or zero cross because they're all going to be in the same area. So what I need to do is start rearranging how this draws its stuff. And we can even keep session B handy. I can just open it from running Twisted Wave, and then it'll be the most recent file that I use, so I can just reuse that. And here is what we are currently doing. All I have to do is hit Command B, or build, and it will build a new thing, and it should place, see, 1157, now it's 1158. It has just replaced the one in the VST3 folder with the one that I just built by hitting build. So technically all I got to do is start changing stuff around and you'll see the change. So folders, we're not going to be looking at that or that or that or this. What I have to do is go and find source. And here it is. So the interesting thing about Meter is that all of this stuff is being run in Airwindows UI. Normally, Airwindows UI has a whole bunch of other stuff in it. In this case, it doesn't have any ways of drawing knobs and things like that, but it does have this. I do not currently have a 3D meter, and I certainly do not have a way of running anything in Godot and making it be a VST. I think that's harder than you imagine it would be. Well, for starters, we can fix that by simply deleting all of these things. That was my best guess for what this was at the time. And we can simply not have that be there. Let's see how many of these things change as a result of deleting that. Going to try to get back into speed of what I was doing with all this. See, some of this is all of the default Airwindows UI code, where it's loading things like, do you use the user font, user color, and so on and so forth. All this is common. There's going to be other places. Oh, and this also relates. It's going to be drawing the graphics differently if you resize it. Now, I don't currently resize this, but we're going to change that. This new version of it is going to be a resizable window where the graphic stretches. The question is how much. Chad, if you know about that kind of stuff or know anybody who knows about that kind of stuff, I'm very eager to see somebody incorporate Consolidated as a library into Godot. I suppose it is possible that maybe this upcoming year I will actually go around doing that. That would be pulling teeth, but like Paul's looking to revisit Consolidated anyhow, so maybe I can kind of run along with him and pick up enough along that way to be able to help with it. That's the thing, is I don't currently have the capacity to load the code objects that are part of Paul's Consolidated library. Consolidated is a library. Oh, you won't be deprived of the old meter. The old meter stays. There's going to be a separate one called dark meter. Old meter continues to be there. You know how I do things by now. Come on. You know I wasn't going to take something away. In fact, one of the things I'm looking to do is get help from Sudara for the purposes of making all this be a monorepo so that there will be continually new versions of the old meter being rebuilt as needed. So if something changes and it gets debugged and fixed, then all the old things will also get fixed on the fly. That'll be neat. It might be kind of messy in the terms of having a lot of binary sitting around, but I do not mind that. There's bound to be a way of dealing with it. So let's see if we can make these things simply go away. Let's not have any hype rating, text score, or rating. We're communicating only through graphics, and we're not trying to communicate any of this stuff. That's going to mean that that does not get changed. And that almost certainly means that this has areas that cease to work. Let's quickly build it, and then it will show me everything that I just broke by removing those things. We have 14 errors. They are here. Yep, so we are not going to do that. But we're probably keeping total peaks. Okay, having done that, can we build? I'm basically just beating it into the ground. Let's see, we're not doing those, we're not doing that. Also, can I simply force the window? See, here we go. Look at this. It is probably quick and optimized. And then let's lose some of this stuff. Let's lose this line of text. Everything should be self-explanatory. I don't want any of that stuff hanging around. We'll lose that because that's going to be the only meter left. And we'll lose that and these. And we lose that. We're going to simply remember what everything means. And then we don't need this here. And that's probably gonna want something different. But you know what? Let's also lose these. Don't mind me, just kind of getting a sense of what that even was. There. Okay. So, build. Can you build? 0 errors. Well, it claims to be. Okay, now it claims to have succeeded. Now we see what that just did. And it should be fairly striking. I'm telling you. So now if we rerun that, assuming it runs at all, we may have just broken it permanently. Boom. All of a sudden, that is what the backdrop for the previous one looked like a television screen that's off. And it is colors on black rather than colors on white. There's going to be some implications to this. And one of them is you can't really see what anything's doing very well anymore. I'm tempted to also lose this stuff at the very bottom right now. See? It doesn't read anymore because the colors are wrong. Those colors only worked against the white backdrop, but it needs to be rethought. So we are using the same color for everything, but the colors need to be recalculated in order to make it work. However, I did mention that I wanted to lose the bit in the very bottom. Let's see whether I can find that and go after it, make it go away. We have a whole bunch of implicit conversion stuff. We're just going to leave that alone for now. I'm looking it over and thinking a little bit about, like, how do I have to go around doing this? So standard array size type is what it wants for each of these things. Well, one thing I can do is you've got this here. This is part of the stuff I'm about to remove anyway. We do this, like it says int over there, to override stuff. So standard can we, nope, it's not a class. So just because it says implicit conversion changes signedness doesn't mean squat. We're going to constantly have this argument with this. Because it's incapable of doing what I want. Also, unsigned long. Because there's the thing, is I can't be certain it's going to be unsigned long on every possible build platform, so I don't trust this. I can go to here. I can go I can say, please read that as unsigned long. It's probably, well, I mean, okay, it's happier now. What if you tell it to be u long? Is that also the same thing? No. So in theory, I can make this implicit conversion be different. Well, actually, hang on a moment. So there's another way of going about. In the H file, we can specify it up there. And we can find out whether that makes it any happier. Because we are all in the middle of doing this. And now we see whether we even can do that or whether something else breaks. Let's quickly check and see if it still runs, seeing as we've now built another version of it. I can do all of that a little bit more conveniently. Does the meter still run? It does. And we're having the same concern where my formerly most advantageous color of blue doesn't show up very well over black. I knew that. That's why I had it set up the way that it was. So I'm rethinking the colors now, and I'm wondering whether maybe I'm thinking in terms of I would like it to be much more of a gradient of color than we currently see. Currently, I basically have 3 kinds of color, and that's it. It's vivid blue, vivid red, or vivid green. I feel like it should be redesigned in such a way that it is a lot more subjective. In particular, I have an idea from the Console X coding where I did that one's graphics over black, and I believe I ended up with basic most optimal color being green, and then as you went brighter it went into cyan and then white, or it could indeed be cyan into blue, because green and blue become cyan. Cyan is a very bright color against black, sorry. And by the same token, base got you red rather than green. So green into red shades through yellow in RGB summing. So I could make it so that we're drawing all of these dots and then fiddle with the base colors involved in such a way where it's doing a the colors of everything should not be as uniform as they currently are. And then there's also some stuff I have in mind regarding, like, my clip indicator should show up just fine along the top meter. I am inclined to completely lose the slew indicator. Look at it there. See where it's at? What the slew indicator is currently doing is just drawing a different cloud of dots, but they're not actually peaks in their own right. Instead, they are simply an additional distribution. And you can see how they are all largely up to a certain amount. Higher they go, the brighter that is. If they wrap around, they'll start coming in from the bottom again. I would like to overlay that onto this. I would like to overlay the overshoot onto this, probably in yellow or white. So you could see when you're clipping, because clipping is a red dot, and you could see, hang on. I don't have to talk about this when I can demonstrate it. Select a little area. So we're going to do an effect stack, and I'll show you what I'm talking about. So we're going to do dark meter, certainly, but then I'm going to put in another, what do I have for EQ? Oh, here we go. I have Smooth EQ 3. Actually, Smooth EQ 2 might be even better for this. They'd both work just fine, I think. Where did I find that? Wasn't in flat lists. Huh. Oh, no, there we go. There we are. So I can hit play. And as you see, I can make it distort. But the reason you didn't see anything is because the sequence was wrong. It needs to have Smooth EQ first. And now if I hit bass, now we're distorting. That's all clips. And then if I boost highs, watch what happens on the middle control, because that is the slew meter. We can cut it back. See, now everything's darker. Or we can boost it, and I should be able to see, now we are having the different colors, but we are also seeing clips, and we are also seeing this. So it should be possible to see this stuff up here in a different color. That at least is the idea. So I'd like to do that. And if I do that, I shouldn't need to have the slew meter show up at all anymore. It's being represented in what colors we're using. Also, I'd like to get rid of one of those other things, the very bottom one. And let's see. Okay, so here is the entire draw dots and meters section. I believe we're generating the colors straight up out of a variable, see from float RGBA, so that would need to get changed. And color for blue dots, color red or green dots. These are all shifting around, but I maybe can generate it straight up from a single color and edit it, because here's the thing. This fill rect stuff and the setting the color shifts a tiny amount. It's not completely fixed. It's just that I'm not shifting it by very much. Also, I might not need to track. The more of this I can strip out, the better. And I'll tell you why. It's because you might have like 32 of these on every console H channel. So I'd like to simplify it. I'd like to make it a lot smaller. And I believe I can. I'm still a little bit annoyed by all of these implicit conversion warnings. I don't enjoy that. But you know, that's probably fine. I have other warnings to look at here as well. But right now I'm thinking I'm just starting up with what we've got here. So let's see, where is all of this from? We're not calculating this stuff. Do we need to do this? I'm not sure we do. This is for the novelty measurement. What happens if we start just making all of this go away? Like if we're not doing that, we're not doing this. This is all for that very bottom strip, which is mostly just for making pretty pictures. And pretty pictures is fine, but I'm going to be trying to make pretty pictures a different way now. I don't see further brackets on there. Let's find out if this still builds. We don't need to set that twice. Don't know if the moving line is going to be anything useful. This is a bevel on the inside of the image. So it's meant to fit along with the window. It's probably fine. I don't necessarily need it though. And let's see if we can still build or if we broke something elsewhere. Looks like we can still build. Draw dots and meters. That is all well and good. That is all well and good. Oh, I can lose this as well. That was actually taking the background color ID and interpolating it black. So we're going to leave that off completely. And let's make these be very subtle. And let's quickly build again. And see how this feels this time around. I don't believe I need VB Edit open anymore. What do we got now? I also have to check and make sure that it still runs. That's part of the... So we don't draw on that area. Our labels are very subtle indeed. So what I'm shooting for is having this all compressed into this one area, losing the center stuff here, because that is just slew metering, and its information gets represented up here in color. I gotta go and do the colors over again. And then this needs to be repurposed. as a form of information in the top area, which probably means it needs to be vertically stretched, because each of these are half the height as this top one. So we got that going on. So red for clipping. Here is also where we can start to simplify some of this stuff down. We're going to lose some of these draw calls. Not going to do as many fill rect because some of this stuff we're not drawing at all. And other stuff is getting moved around or repurposed or whatever. So, which bits of these do what? Well, here's our fill rect. That can be the same. I don't need to keep track of bright peaks and dark peaks, etc., do I? Let's go over to the H file. Okay, that's a bunch of stuff. Not worried about that. We're worried about this. So, if we lose these completely, what else happens? Well, I busted something. I'm pretty sure bright peaks, mid peaks, and dark peaks were all a matter of that very bottom one. I don't know what this did. I'm wondering whether maybe all of this was that very bottom meter. Let's assume that it is. What would happen? Do I get to lose all of this out of the code as well? Going to be important to strip some of this down and simplify. I know I'm going to need the data. That's where the actual stuff comes in. Also, look at that. Why do I have peak track? Am I using peak tracking? Zero matches. Well, what else in here are we not using? Because if we're not using that, how many of these? Oh, do need to get that. Do need to get that. All these lines are literally here to support that bottom color thingy. I'm going to leave the comments though. And then it's going to be the same everywhere else. Oop. And here. And here. Tempted to not bother with the moving line. It'd be fairly obvious anyhow. What if we didn't draw those things either? How are we doing? Does it run? It builds. I think that might just mean I can lose all of these, leaving only data A through H. I'm pretty sure all of that only existed for other purposes. So we need that. We need this. I don't think we need these. Does hype live in this one? Nope. Okay, I stand corrected. Ooh. Hang on. Hang on. We're not using that anymore. And that is an entire if statement all by itself that is only updating stuff that we're not using anymore. So, got that there, and then we've got this here. Okay, Can you still build? Build succeeded. How does it look? We definitely have our same issues here. But it does appear to run. I'm hectically looking about, trying to figure out what I'm doing with all this. Also, let me make sure that chat is scrolled. Chat is scrolled. Okay, so peak meter, we can have it drawing in red. Let's figure out where the rest of it needs to go. Keeping half an eye on the fire. It's actually fairly warm in here. It's not going to be warm in here for all that much longer, though. It is. We're going to have a cold upcoming week. It's going to get pretty ridiculous. It's going to get down to -degrees Fahrenheit over certain nights. That stuff should be the same. Am I using some of these variables? I bet we're not using some of these. Let's find out. What the What the heck is outgreen supposed to mean? I ask you. We're going to use these, clearly. These may be a thing, and they may not be. Hey, Bright Star Nose. Let's see how much of this can be deleted. How are we doing? Hey, did not need all of those. What about some of these other ones? I am suspicious that I'm not actually using this variable hue. That feels like what would be part of the bit that I removed. Let's find out. If I removed it, then this will be fine. And I'll also see whether I need any of these other things. Ideally, I need virtually nothing here. Looks like we're using some of it. But which things are getting used? I'm not using hue for diddly. Let's also ditch this stuff. How many things can I strip away and simplify? Are we using this? Oh, scrolled too far. Hey, Bright Star, I'll show you. Hey, that worked too. Wasn't using these. So what I'm doing, I am taking this plugin which has been around for a while. This is Airwindows Meter. What this does is it draws audio as a picture. It's representing entirely and only peak energy. Here, I'll skip ahead. In such a way where the loudest peaks are shown here. It does a bunch of other stuff besides. It tries to figure out what colors are doing what and how and where. And then it's drawing peaks. Slew, which is, and this is a very bad example for it, honestly. I should use a different example. Give me half a moment and I will make that available. Let's see. Name, here, I have a classic old example. It's like a rock thing. So this is meter. And you see these different colors and things here. So what you see is that we've got these different colors going on. The red ones represent bright sounds like cymbals. The green ones represent deep sounds like bass. And the blue ones are what I'm calling sonority. It's the intensity of the sound. And I've got peak, I've got slew rate, and then the very bottom is a zero cross meter, and that represents what your lowest frequencies can be. I'm trying to design a different meter. Which I will now show you, for the purpose of having it be like dark mode, but I have to reinvent all of the colors and rearrange everything to do it. Because see, you can still see the stuff, but it doesn't register very well. It's the same colors, but you can't see blue as well against black, and it just doesn't give you much of a sense of what things are. Now I've also got other plugins which speak to this sort of thing. For instance, here's one called Console X Pre. And look at the very top band here. In that one, I'm doing various visual things relating to this little band so that it's sort of a flashing light. I'm going to lose the flashing light part and make another little chart where you can kind of see it drawing along perhaps a bigger window. But I need to reinvent some of this stuff to do it. So, and let me move this over here so I can refer to it. Yep, dark mode would be probably better to many people's eyes. I can lose this by simply, one of my memes is liking to use the golden ratio for things. But all that's really doing is kind of getting in the way. Am I using that anymore? Let's find out. I know I'm using data points, although I might need to change that too. So what that means, undeclared identifier. We get to just do that. I can calculate those out in future so that I know what I'm doing. It honestly didn't need to be quite this way. It just kind of is. How long have I been coding for? It depends on how you mean. I'm pushing 60 and I started coding when I was a teenager on an Apple II Plus, but that's not like this. That was very much more primitive. Let's start losing some more of these things. And I'm a little frustrated that I don't actually get to some of this stuff. I can do this. And then it will not make ugly warnings everywhere. So let's find out how many of those I can do. Hang on. Where'd you go? That's actually fine now. That? Oh, okay, it needs to be there. How about this? that. Just looking for everywhere it says it. And we're punching in this bit here. I have to watch for where it's saying fill rect. I'm adding more text here, but at the same time I'm hoping to just make it look less messy now. Because this dumb programming equipment is offering so many useless warnings that it's just irritating me. Well, these are the kind of ways that you get information. Okay, what's going on? Oh, hi. I know how to fix this. If I do that, it will not complain. So let's see what we got here. Should still work. Boom. We're losing some of these dumb complaints that are drawing yellow crap all over my screen. That complaint should go away once it's actually doing the same size. Here's an area where if I find what we're doing, I should be able to simplify that as well. So we have more dumbness here, but I'll fix it. We're working with floats. So if I just specify that everything's a float, it should clean things up a little bit. Got to do it here as well. I'll be working on that further in future, but for now we're just going to tell everything that it's a floating point number. Or technically it was already a floating point number, but what I mean by that is it'll be a float, literal. And then it'll clean my screen up a little bit and not draw so much ugly crud all over it. So, You know what? Build again and see if you have as many complaints as before. That's settling down more than a little bit. What do we got here? There's another place where I can do this. There's another place. What do we got here? Oh, we already saw that. Well, hang on. Data position is not an int anymore. It's an unsigned long. Okay, well, the display width. I don't know if I get to override that one. How about instead I just allow that to be the comparison with an int, and then it'll have a different complaint. What's the complaint about this? Oh, no, I can't see it. Oh, compiler warning. I bet it's literally just saying, it's saying exactly what it says there. Okay, thank you very much. Don't need that. Not concerned. Enum value of hype. I don't know exactly what I was doing there. Like, what even was I doing with that? All right, see you later, Britside. You know, some of this stuff gets to just plain sit there looking like it's a problem. We don't care. So now we're working entirely within Airwindows UI. And not this stuff either. This stuff is just drawing the boundary window at in different colors, different various things. This is boilerplate code that does stuff in my other plugins. Mind you, the interpolation does in fact do stuff. But here's where we're really doing stuff. So here is also where I start, this is busy looking stuff, but all that said, so one of the things going on here is we're drawing exactly 30 away from 170. 190, 200. So our boundary line is literally at 200. In fact, we could even draw an additional thing. So that is the bottom of the screen completely. Fill rect 0 to 100, get width is where all of that stuff literally just starts. And then at 300 to 400 is where the zero cross goes. But we may not be doing things quite that way. So first things first. We need to be loading up all this data. That's all fine. Having done that, now we're drawing it. Here's the first section, here's the second section, and then that's all there is. So we got left, we got right, those things match. Here's where we're drawing the slew dot. And figuring out how it works. And here's another trick. If slew L is larger than 194, we could even go a little bit beyond that too. G fill rect, 300 minus, and then minus 194. Remember how 200 is where the top one runs out? This is part of the process of repositioning these guys so that they can all be part of the same meter, which is going to be less tall than these other ones. Like, this is all the zero cross meter. This is what goes on in the zero cross. We're actually not doing different colors here, so let's not worry about that. In fact, there. So that's the zero cross meter right at the bottom, which is going to go away. And what I'm thinking about is, can I draw a sort of purple cloud in the zero cross meter and then draw the dots over it? But I feel like first, let's work on the colors of all this. Now, technically, I could take code from console X for that purpose. It's not that unreasonable. Technically, I could also go and throw another log in my fire because it's going to be real cold. So let's do that, seeing as I can and all. I'm not out of firewood yet this winter. I've got a whole bunch of it outside. We ain't froze up yet. No, sir. Okay. Also, I don't think I need to be in there yet. Let us find, for instance, the slew code. And one thing we can do is temporarily lose that. Then the very bottom meter is not going to have anything drawn on it either. Then what happens? Well, here's what happens. If slew is larger than 194, then we draw this. If it isn't, then we draw the slew meter dots. But what if we didn't want to draw the slew meter dots? Well, we would be leaving that part out. So that makes things a little simpler. If we're not drawing the actual slew dots, also note how often it says slew L times 0.5. That is because the slew information is being scaled to a smaller screen. Like the full-size one, that's 200 pixels tall. Both the zero cross and the slew meter are 100 pixels tall. So first thing we can do is literally lose that bit. That'll happen in both places. This looks a little weird, but I think it's just by accident. Here's further slew dots. This is a 0 cross dot. So I'm not enjoying what Xcode is doing here, but it's just wrapping. I can make it clean up a little bit just by stretching the window out this way. So what do we got here? Should still run. We're having a tendency of drawing all of these dots exactly the same. What we're going to see here is, oh, I went for the most recent plugin, but it was not the plugin that I wanted. This is, see how we got a big blank area now? And then one line over here which depicts the bottom of this meter. But we're not drawing anything here because we're no longer drawing slew dots. However, if we cranked up the brightness, those would start poking through. In fact, it kind of, we're seeing little glimpses showing up under here. That's where the slew wraps around. And there we have S sounds. They're being drawn as red because the brightness is higher. So they're showing up there. And then they're also being drawn here. And we've got a bunch of clips because the whole thing is going like right to the iron bar quite aggressively. So how far those project past this point is how over bright you could consider it to be. And the clip meter thing is how over loud you could consider it to be. And it's meant to not just overwhelm the entire thing, because I'm kind of trying to work around the fact that many modern mixes are just overwhelmingly loud anyhow. So the next thing is to reinvent the color of these. I'm thinking white would work well. And then draw them on this area, not this area. So let's do that. We're going to have to change the color. So we'll make a little space to be able to change the color. These things end up being in brackets because it is no longer just one statement. It is now multiple statements, or will be soon enough. I don't know why it had an extra space there. And we've got a set color statement right up here we can use. And where shall that go? That shall go in here for when we actually use it. But we're not going to want dark gray. We're going to want a brighter color than that. And that will get across the intensity of how bright you just made the high end, if you crank the high end up that much. You know, I'm tempted to also go for let's edit this too. That's a clipping indicator. If we assume that you shouldn't be clipping on the output of this, it's possible to work around that so that you can see how much you're clipping, which could get real messy. But with something like this, not as much. So let's see what we got. I've got code in here. And I think I'm going to want to amend this. Not times 0.5. And then the fmin can be the same as this, 194. I don't know if it's really 194 that I'm working with, but we're going to assume that it's like that. And then lastly, we're starting at 200, not 300. That's where our meter really lives. Oh, also I've got a second place for it in there. So how about we do that again twice? That 194, and again, we're going to make those match because I'm assuming that's what I'm going to want. So fill rect starting from, okay, that's how that works. It starts from there. 1 is how wide it is, and then this is how big the rect is. So that's the beginning position, and then that's how much of a rect we have. Let's see what it did. Off we go. It should be showing up here on the S's. Yep, there we go. So now we've got the slew warning information showing up there. What we don't have is colors doing anything particularly useful. Although notice it is affecting the zero cross stuff too. And we don't really have much of a reference of where that zero cross stuff even lives. But that could be amended. But I feel like first I want to deal with the colors and possibly the clip information as well. Like I could set it up so that it is dealing with the clip information differently. I keep looking up and down, and what I really mean to do is quit out of there. So we've got that. So one thing to observe here is this is going to draw this stuff underneath, but the order we're drawing in means that's going to be drawn over. So if I just straight up offset it, it's meant to be starting at 300, which we're not quite at 300, but we can leave that alone for the moment, I believe. The other thing I was thinking about is how can we make the clipping indicator not just draw the way it's drawing, but draw like the slew warning indicator. Well, we're going to use a different faux rect, aren't we? So let's simplify this slightly. That's not a significant change. But the little rectangle that draws there is meant to not completely overlap the metering bars that indicate what dBs are where. It's not meant to draw over those, and so it's picking a particular number to start at. However, if we were to do the same thing that the slew override is doing, and let's just change that to 196 while we're at it. Feels like it would match. So this code for the faux rect would work just the same on the clip. After all, it says if it's larger than 196, much like that says if it's larger than 196. We've got our set color. The color is supposed to be red if it's doing that. All we got to do is copy that, zoom over to here, and then rather than having this faux rect, we're going to be using something else, such as peak. And the rest of this stuff is basically there just to make it not go too crazy. The F min there means it doesn't start drawing off the screen if it's gone too crazy. And the same thing will hold here. But this time it's peak R we want. Goes to both of those places, and then I don't need the fixed one there anymore. Hit save, build that. Now what we're going to have is when we run our little Discord welcome home here, that is simply not going to show up quite the same as it was before. Bright sounds will make a little white flash down here, but it can't actually clip much more because all it's doing is going right up to the top edge. Also, there's our purple dots there. Technically, we can rescale the purple dots while we're at it. Let's do that just for funsies. There. So now we're drawing it, and we are in fact drawing it with additional information. Data B, I think we already have available. That is the overall loudness. So that's going to have its own interaction with things. But what we're going to see currently, what colors do I have available, by the way? Let's try dark violet as a color. Because if this works, I draw it under the other stuff, and it'll bring in some additional information, but in a way that'll be kind of subtle and not too aggressive. And let's see what we got. Because I can demonstrate another thing as well. We'll go back to this. Maybe I'll save an effect stack for the purpose of doing this with. Because it's going to be... Oh, actually, I keep getting this wrong. Smoothie Q3 is the simple form. Smoothie Q2 is the one where there's a lot more control over everything. And then we will add dark meter, and we'll save that effect. So now if I hit play, we see this happening. And if we clip, we can clip on the highs like this. Or we can make those purple dots bigger by boosting bass. And now we're clipping in bass. Or we can clip on both. Now we pumped it up so that we're clipping the highs, we're clipping the bass, we're kind of clipping everything. And if we cut bass lots, what's going to happen is the zero cross meter doesn't register as low. So the idea is I should be able to underlay this underneath that. Perhaps even it'll lie under those lines. I'm not sure how much sense that makes. This might be, however, the time to go and come up with the final colors that are being used, because then they're going to be edited and modified. That said, okay, so if peak is clipping, we don't do the regular dots, but nothing's really stopping me from putting this into action already. And I believe I can draw this not in the clipping section. What do I mean by that? Let's take this entirely out of this whole section and put it here. That implies we are always drawing this dot. We're always drawing the purple dot regardless. It's not conditional on whether other stuff is happening. Same for here. We always draw that no matter what the peak thing is doing. Now, if peak is larger than 197, then we override it with this because we are not attempting to draw anything else. Or calculate anything else. Saying that, I also wonder what would happen if the slew warning was also not drawn in the same way. So the peak override is important because I don't get to draw like we're drawing a special indicator for that. Let me move this as well. So what's going on here is the order of operations matters. In doing this, we have two little warning signs in here. This is always the zero cross, and it's being drawn underneath everything else. Let's see where we got. And then we draw the clip warning if it is necessary. And then we draw the regular dots, which we haven't changed the colors around yet, but one thing at a time, I guess. So that currently looks under normal circumstances without too many warnings or problems, kind of like this. So if we were clipping, we'd get like bright and white and red stuff under here. Instead, we are seeing low frequency represented as this still rather bright purple color. That's our zero cross. And then the rest of this is all in blue, but that's actually not what I'm going to be wanting to do, so here's where our warnings are at. That counts as a warning. That counts as a warning. And the rest of this stuff here, here's where we get the colors of our regular dots. In fact, I can see where the colors are at. And I can separate it out like this to further highlight what's going on right there. So one thing that's going on is we're straight up overriding the color for the red or green. Green is too dark and red is too bright, but we're going to be overriding that stuff. All of this is fine where it's at. Height, vibe, and size. I don't know what we're doing with height. How are we using that? If we don't need to be using that, then we can delete it. We're certainly not using it up here. And this code is pretty much just forcing the color that we're drawing with to be either super bright or super... So if SLU is larger, then it's far more red than I need it to be. And if SLU is less than peak L, and we're not within this range, then it is far more green than I need it to be. 0, green, 0, and then 1. These set colors are what's doing the job. I don't think I need that comment there. Might be able to simplify quite a bit of this. That would be nice. I'd like that. Part of the thing about meter is I was trying to do very complicated specific things in the belief it was going to be like an analysis tool and I could get as complicated as I wanted. I would not have to run 32 instances of it for any reason. Whereas this, I'm zeroing in on something where I could be running many, many instances of them all in little tiny windows, depicting what your tracks look like and what the final bus looks like. And it'll be the same one each time. I'm very tempted to go for more coffee. What do you think? Anybody still there? Should I be going for more coffee? I don't think I have to, but it's early enough in the day that I probably could. Also, I feel like my dark color for zero cross is inadequately Well, no matter, don't worry about it. We're gonna figure this stuff out. So here we are looking at a bunch of things. I'm really interested in what the dot size matters. And oh, okay, no, dot size is being made partially out of dot height. Coffee meter? Okay, size is a combination of height and vibe. Okay. We have a lot going on in all of these, but they're not being drawn every single sample. Also, let me fuss with my fire a little more. These are the colder days of winter, so I'm going to be needing to pay attention to that. If you stick around, I can show you what I've been doing with that video game. That has seen some progress, I'll tell you. Keep that fire going nicely. Huh. Ooh, some of this stuff is very not needed. Interesting. I'm looking at stuff like this where, like, this is a constant. We don't need to keep recalculating that. That's a constant. That's tied to me using that value hype earlier and then not using it anymore. And that was a very old version of meter to do that. So I can simplify that right away. Okay. Let's start retyping some of this. Technically, I might be able to do it from a different juice color generator. For instance, HSV. Or HSL. If I use HSV, it's going to act in a certain way. So let's just see. That should make it a full brightness color. And then we can fool with this and see what we can make happen. For instance, if I just straight up take that, including the F-min, we're not using a hue for anything. Oh, and then you're supposed to do this. And might as well do it in both places. So we do it twice, left and right. Now we get to see what slew L minus peak L looks like, except for it'll be 0 most of the time. So tell you what, I already know it's probably not going to be what I expect. I don't know what set color from HSV, what the H color for green is. Ooh, it's divided by 256 in it. Hang on. Hang on. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Yeah, we'll just, if it has to be divided by 256, well, we'll add 128. Hey, Mel. Long time no see. Because if we scale these things down, slew L and peak L start having more of an effect. That actually is fine. All I have to do is add an F. Now, if we run our old Discord welcome home on this, we're either going to see the dots in a color or perhaps not, or they're going to be using some color in some kind of way, and we'll see what it did. Okay, all of our dots are showing up in red, and then when the basey things come in, they're being replaced by green. I'm wondering whether I need to override also the PS dot size R stuff. Let's find out. Because this is where we override that. So if that was not the case, then we are drawing all of the dots regardless with this color. And we could do the same thing over here. Ooh, I've screwed up. I did something wrong. Maybe I need to... Nope. Nope, something's gone wrong, but I'm not exactly sure what. Let's undo our way past this mess. There. At this stage, things are working, although we're complaining about something. What are we complaining about? We're complaining about implicit conversions. Why are we complaining about implicit conversions? Because those need to say F. Correct? Correct. Don't know how I missed that the first time. So, actually, you know what? I can force this to do what I want in a simpler way. If the dot size is larger than -1, should make it always do the thing. We'll effectively just always be running this code here that I'm setting out like this. Then we will be a little closer. I say a little closer, what I mean is more able to push it in various directions. Also, here's our need for F again. Now let us see whether we are... Mel, don't worry about Sean Costello from Valhalla. He does his kinds of things. He's been doing reverb since I was a boy. Don't you worry about him. He's fine. That is not somebody who would go around copying. So one thing I'm observing here is it looks very much at one thing I do know about hue, saturation, brightness, colors. That is indeed a hue, saturation, brightness thing, but everything is 0. Red is 0 in hue, saturation, value stuff. So what's happening is it is failing to draw a blessed thing. I'm going to converge some of this again. So we never run this stuff at all. That's where it overrides it and forces it to be particular colors. That's not what I'm shooting for right now. Oh, did you see what I did wrong? Because I just saw it. F min of this and 0 is always 0. That's why it is always red. Let's just pass unreasonable values to it and see what we get. So there's our code. I don't know why it's still complaining. But we can't do F min of 0 and expect to get anything reasonable. Where are you? Oh, okay. It's the divide. There we go. So now we're going to have a hue saturation value that is perhaps quite a large value, and we're going to see how rainbowy this just became, or indeed if it breaks it or does something wrong. Will it do something horrible and wrong? Because one hopes not. Or if it does something, I hope it'll at least be amusing. What do we got? Might be worth losing the 0 cross meter stuff. I feel like the 0 cross meter stuff is not entirely helpful at this juncture, because I can't even decide whether the first thing is going backwards or forwards. We'll draw black. Then we absolutely can't see any of that stuff. And then I'm going to follow a hunch and reverse these guys. on both sides. If I can. The clicking of mouse part is posing me problems right now. It is what it is. See, clicking of mouse part is posing me all kinds of problems. Please, please allow me to click with the mouse like I was an intelligent person who knew how to operate a computer. Like that. And then that needs to move here. And let's assume that we are varying by 256. And we'll start with 100. And you know, I can do a better example of testing for uniformity by using my Bastel-Castel session B. Because a characteristic of that, when I was using it with the other stuff, was that it made everything register as exactly one color. Now this is not going to be exactly one color, but it should give me a slightly more zeroed in sense of exactly what colors I'm looking at. And I think it is. So what we're seeing is some of our colors are being drawn as a green and some of them are being drawn as a blue. We are offsetting from various different kinds of sounds in a way that seems pretty consistent. If we said it was going to be 200, then what would it do? Also, what jumps out here is I happen to know that this is all showing up as literally only blue in the other meter. Okay, if I wrap around at 200, what's happening is it's all showing up as red or magenta. How about if we scale that down? We'll do another build. What I am trying to do in doing this is modify this until rather than everything showing as just featureless blue, I want it all to come in as green. Not blue, but green. Because if this all registers as a shade of green, I can probably tune it so that brighter stuff goes into the cyan that you see there, and darker stuff shades towards red. What I don't know is which direction it goes, and so I can probably find that out by returning to Discord here and seeing which direction it's being pushed. So what I should see is one color for the cymbal stuff, which shows up very early on, and snare and stuff. And then when the bass comes in, there's spots of another color. What other color shall it be? Okay, that's cyan. So maybe that's leaning in the right direction, but it's not giving me the variation I want. I don't see enough green. I don't see enough variation. But do we at least have the scaling right? Because again, rotating around the color wheel means, and I guess that green's going to be like opposite from red, so red's 0. What I'm trying to work out is what order do these need to be in? Does it need to be peak minus slew, or does it need to be slew minus peak? Or do we need peak at all? And that's a fair question. Do we need peak at all? Well, shucks, I guess we can't but try, huh? What happens? Guess we find out. Again, increasing this number, and I'm assuming it's going to end up going from 0 to 1. Increasing this number shifts everything around the color wheel. So what I'm supposed to be seeing is different colors showing up when there's more base. I'm not sure that's what I'm getting. Slew's going to be higher on these tail off areas, because I remember what it looked like before. It went to red before. What color are we looking at now? Okay, it's supposed to be more in green. I am wondering whether maybe I should be constructing things from RGB after all, and I'll tell you why. Constructing things from RGB means that it will go from green to cyan, rather than rotating all the way through to blue, which is what it's currently doing. See what that's doing? We got green dots. That's where I wanted it to end up. Maybe I can use peak after all. I don't know though. What happens if we scale it? How about that? Which probably means that's going to make it become way larger. But this is going to make peak L twice as sensitive as subtracting slew. So now what are we looking at? This is just random experimenting at this stage. But then isn't it always? Yeah, so that's kind of interesting. Going by the color wheel, what happens is we are rotating from red. I'm pretty sure it goes clockwise through yellow and then into green and then into blue. So our total number is higher than it needs to be. And these areas that look kind of light colored, the red and that's the stuff that's supposed to be rotating farther around towards cyan. Trying a 450. In theory, that makes everything not be as blue. Let's see if it made everything not be as blue. Our quiet stuff is still fading away into orange. So what should be happening is louder, bassier, and denser should be making it be more red. Instead, I'm getting less red. It's operating backwards. And my values do end up going from 0 to 1. So we do have that going on. Okay, so larger has to mean higher slew gives you a larger number. So subtracting slew L, no bueno. That's actually not what I'm going to be wanting. So this moves. Valhalla is good in general. Nothing wrong with Sean Costello. He does good work. Granted, I too am trying to make reverbs and things, but yeah, Sean always does good work. Slew times 1 minus peak times 1. And then we can offset everything. We'll start with that. And that rotates everything around a little bit, and then these are all going to have to be scaled down quite a bit. I do not know to what extent I really need to be using peak to offset this color rotation at all. Maybe I should be using peak elsewhere. Although here's the thing, like slew minus peak or peak minus slew, that is, they're meant to balance at the same point, so it matters. This is not just a matter of how much slew there is, it's how they balance. So in theory, that's actually correct. And let's see. Also, how have I... I thought I was doing this correctly, and yet they are not using the right sides. This needs to say R. I don't know. I thought I was going to make that mistake, and it turns out I had made it 5 minutes ago. Didn't even notice. Now what do we got? We're very colorful is what we got. Okay. Perhaps far more colorful than we need to be. Scale everything way the heck back, at which point we can go from literally 0.5, which should make everything be default green. Oh, I put a 0 in the wrong place. My apologies, didn't mean to do that. Okay. What are we looking at now? Cool. That is clearly all basically the same shade. It's just cyan. It needs to not be cyan. So assuming that we're rotating clockwise to go to cyan and then blue, we'll dial that back to 0.4 and see whether that gives us our nice shade of green, default green for your central colors. Lovely. So that is a shade of green where if you shaded it to cyan, cyan would make it look a little brighter. And if you shaded it to yellow and then red, it would look a little darker. Time to ramp up this stuff a bit. Double it. Or more than double it, honestly. How's that show up? Are we getting a useful color story here? Again, trying to make it so that the hi-hats and cymbals and things are cyan, because cyan is brighter. And I would like to make bassy noises come in as warmer colors like reds and such, or beyond even. Okay, we've got strong greens going on anyhow. I guess we increase things even more. Double the effect again. At some point it'll get to where it is not helpful, or where we need to adjust this 0.4 to sort of tune it around the central amount. But I think we are doing the right basic thing. Further tweaks could be adjusting the value. Probably not the saturation. Saturation's probably fine. And now we've got a really wide variety. And yep, see how I said that the bass sounds should be coming in as a darker, like more of a red? That is literally red sounds right there. So where it goes into the sibilance, we see cyan showing up here. So the only thing about this is that it continues to rotate around to blue. And blue is not as bright of a color. Now, if I was just making it out of R, G, and B, I could have green be cranked at all times, and blue would become cranked fully, but then never lose the green, forcing it to go to cyan or even white in extremely bright moments. Instead, what we can plainly see is that it is rotated beyond to where it's showing up as blue. And our bassy things are rotating beyond to where they are red. That's probably fine. But I mean, there's other kinds of noises that we could be dealing with. So firstly, if the extremity of that was a little bit much and we dialed it back just a hair, still keeping it balanced, and pulling this back just a hair. So it is able to go into negative numbers. What I have not yet done is put clamping in there. And by clamping, what I mean is that fmin and fmax stuff. In doing that, we can scale things in different ways. Let's see what we've got first. Still on the same track. Imagine what my rock and roll records would look like in this scenario. Okay, that is a cloud of colored dots that is showing a bunch of variation. And it's able to draw a vivid blue. So what I'm wondering again is whether I should, well, I mean, I said I could be working with maximums and minimums. I might also be able to work with value, if you see my point. These are all 0 to 1 numbers. Also, check it out. I can simplify this a bit. Technically, I don't need this parenthesis, but I'm going to put it there anyway. Easier way of doing that. And that makes me need to do this. There, now that's going to be the same. Saturation and value and opacity. If value rather than being 1 was this, that gives me an additional parameter to play with. Let's assume that our value needs to be more towards 0.5. It could even be 1. Point being, this same thing is going to cause the reds to be darker red and the blues to be lighter blue. The question is whether you can force the lighter blue to become an even lighter value than full blue. Because here is also where we would be putting in a maximum to stop it from wrapping all the way around to blue. Because wrapping all the way around to blue makes it look dark again. Also, it's a fair question of, shouldn't we want it to be wrapping around so that rather than going to red, you can go all the way through red to purple and then blue? Would that be good for bassy sounds? The bassy sounds could be purple sounds. That's the color that I'm using for the the zero cross meter. Let's first see what we have here. I could even go in there and make some custom variables for these just to be able to tweak them more nicely. So here is the same thing as I had before. How's my... I could probably throw another log on there. But this time value is being altered. And value is rather dark. Value is so damn dark that red doesn't show up at all. Interesting. I am pretty sure HSV is not wrapping. Maybe I can figure out a way to do that. Should be pretty straightforward. Settle down, you're fine. Doesn't know what it thinks it's doing. There we go. We can do this, can't we? We sure can. It's going to be the same thing as before, but not for long it won't. First of all, let's make value be a lot bigger. Less aggressive, because we already know that's not going to be awesome. And then here's the thing. Wrap it. That's how hue works. Oh. If hue wraps around the 0 and 1, we can make it dial back into the blue regions. And that might be pleasing to the eye. So here's the code we want to care about. Just like this. So I'm pretty sure it doesn't try to wrap below 0. I'm pretty sure what it's going to do is it'll go darker to red and then pin it there. And that's not useful behavior. What do we got this time? Okay, our value could be stronger. Let's see what the S's look like. Okay, our S's are still So I like the fact that we're hovering around in green most of the time. I feel like I could make the bassy noises represented here go even further past 0. Red is hue of 0. So maybe what needs to happen is we run it harder. And force a limit to the initial generation. So it gets to go lower than that and wrap around into the blue, but it does not get to have the slew be so hot that it goes past cyan, which means I have to find out what cyan is, but we can find that out fairly easily with a little bit of useful equalization. And now I have to reproduce it here. Fmax. And then if hue is less than 0, well, then we wrap it around. Then we reach the blue, the deep blue areas. Perhaps even pin that. But the whole thing is being pinned at values of hue that it can vary back and forth beyond. But if you start at 12 o'clock and you rotate around 0 to 1, 1 is also 12 o'clock. Well, brightness only gets to go to like, I don't know, 11, 10. I could look this up. I could literally look at the, because 0.75 is 3/4 of the way around the hue wheel. I'm just not looking at a hue wheel, but that's how that would work. And then bassy noises would rotate through to negative, like 10 o'clock or so, but you'd never be able to reach those by adding brightness. And let's see what we've got. Let's see what we've got. So effectively, we're pinning it at places on the hue wheel in various ways, with reference to largely the transition between cyan and blue, pure blue. Because RGB, right? RGB pure blue, that is not a bright color. You go through purple by adding red to it, and then things get brighter and brighter. But cyan is green and blue at full crank, so you rotate past that, it's no longer bright. So let's see what we've got. I just did some more experiments. I may very well actually be able to work that out deductively. Okay, we have blue, we have dark. That seems legit. What we don't have is brightness. So we just lost all of the brightness. Interesting. Interesting. So hue F max. That should be maxing out at 1. Well, I can make it literally max out at 1. I'm assuming that this goes between 0 and 1. Everything else goes between 0 and 1. Also, I don't know if I need to worry about value as much as this. Let's have value be 1 and go from there. And we can have this adjustment be very minor for now. That'll at least give me vivid colors, or even colors that the value is higher than 1. I don't know what that's going to do to the color assignment though. But we can find out fairly quickly. Okay, now we are straight up just red. That's weird. I think I know what's happening. So F max of 1, that is red. F max of 0.75, that was like blue. So how about we pull this down a little bit? Slew is cranking this up. And I feel like it's maybe having too strong of an effect, but I'm not entirely sure. Let's be nearly red. That's pretty close to red. So in theory, if our values are really high at this stage, it's going to go to purple. That will become purple if the intensity of everything being added is just too strong. It'll force all the color to become purple. Yeah, that's very intense. So or maybe I'm taking this the opposite direction that it should. If we go to 0.5 from this one, same adjustment, maybe a little bit too weak, but we're doing F max, so it doesn't get to go beyond this value. The value not able to go beyond is 0.9. Ooh, also value needs a floating point in there. That is a purple shade, no question about it. I think everything's clamped to that value. Yep, everything's the same color. That means my base value is still too high, but it is at least showing me something useful. It's showing me how much this gets boosted. So if instead of 0.9 we had 0.7, I may be able to dial in my cyan color this way. We shall see. That's vividly blue. I have not gone far enough. 0.6, how about? We're capped at this value. Also, let me go and fix this. Oh, it was only in the one place. So our level is still far too high, and it's being clamped to my maximum brightness value. and of determining what color that is to be. That is still too deep of a blue. Who would have believed that 0.5 around is actually cyan? I would not have believed that. I would imagine that halfway across from red would be yellow, green. But clearly I don't know what I'm talking about. Everything I know is wrong. Haha. So that would be a maximum brightness value. I can wait until the S's kick in. Well, now, just a moment. Is that forcing the S's through to blue and purple? Because that makes no damn sense whatsoever. I mean, look at it there. Everything is the cyan color until we get to that point, at which point it's going to the... That's supposed to be the maximum brightness. Hello? What have we here? What if we start at 0? So it's supposed to be able to add this amount to a maximum of this brightness. And then if we've actually subtracted, so we're a negative number, then we wrap around. We start again, rotating through. I can talk a good storm here, but then let's see what it actually does. Let's see what it actually does. Can't say as I'm thrilled. Let's see what else we can do. Let's add some more zeros to the amount that things are being altered. There, now it should be invariant colors. Oh, hang on. Whoa, up there. I'm making more silly mistakes. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. I did this before. Fmax and Fmin have different meanings. If this is supposed to be the maximum value, it's going to return the maximum value. So I have to use Fmin to make it do what I want, not min. Don't mind me. That was a silly question, or a silly answer, or just me being silly in general. Put some of these things back. Now let's see. So yeah, that is actually... now we'll see whether it is instantly much closer to what I intended, because what I intended was for that not to be the clamped point, but the most extreme available point. Ah, love it. Okay, that looks purplish. This is doing what I wanted. Yeah, cyan. So, since it can do that, what I can do is emphasize the intensity of everything. And the way I can do that is by multiplying this by a bigger number. This might be already enough, but the maximum value becomes 0.5. We'll push it this direction even farther. Then if u is less than 0, we've got one further trick to play. And this one will use Fmax. Because if you're subtracting 1, that makes it become closer to 1, but now I get to clamp the amount below 0 it can go to blue. And it'll be a little bit tricky setting that up, but not all that tricky. And that uses Fmax. Boom. That should be ready to go, except for that I don't have it clamped nearly as much. We've got our color story being more extreme than before, and I think we've moved well beyond needing to manipulate things in a certain way. Bluer colors for the base. We've got our cyan showing up for the sibilance, where it's also distorting. I think we could crank up the sensitivity even more. Let's try. Times 0.6. And maybe pull it, the base of it back a little. It starts rotating from here. Also, we get to fool with other things very easily here. So, effect stack. See, if we fool with this, then what happens is we can see what it looks like when you're cranking the super highs or the lows a lot. So if we have all highs, it's supposed to show it maxing out as cyan. And indeed, I see cyan. I still see a lot of green in there though. By the same token, this is supposed to show me deep blue, but it's not showing me deep blue, not yet. We should be able to make it go full purple by just making it basy enough, but that's not quite what we're getting, is it? So, more work in order. And I think one of the things that needs to happen is we're wrapping around a cyan again. You see, that's the problem. if instead the negative settings go to 0.8 at its maximum suppression. And we'll also pump this up some more while we're at it. And we can probably pull that back a hair. I don't know what the base rotation needs to be, but this is all manipulating the rotation of that. And then our value gets manipulated by this. I'll let it become slightly more again, but not all that much. I'm looking for base to be literal blue. Seeing what it's going to take to do that. Baseline. Okay, that's maxing out as purple. And we can force it even farther by starting with not as much of a rotation. So if we start it as 0.1, everything's going to be forced to be much basier. And 0.8 is clearly a purple, so we'll see whether 75 is like literally full-on blue. Once I get this dialed in so that the extremes are what they need to be, then I can set the basis and the amount that it affects things. And I'll go back to the Bastel-Castell stuff for that, because that was pretty much ideally dialed in. So deepest, darkest. The base is showing up as purple, but purple is not blue. I want to take it a little tiny bit farther. Purple could be like warm, semi-deepest base. So a little bit farther would be taking this 0.75 and having it no longer be 0.75. No other changes. That is clamping the amount of basiness that it can represent. And that's my darkest color. I'm basically pretty happy with that. See if it rotates any farther into cyan. One thing I can, however, do is we can do this just for the moment, and then it will at least show me the vividest shade of that. Although what I will do is, let's build one more time, and I'm going to take it to 69. Nice. And see what we get. Once I've done that, I'll dial in what the maximum brightness of cyan looks like. And if we do that, everything is going to show its own little color story, even before I bring in the, and maybe I can do a hue thing on the zero cross meter as well. That could be interesting. Might get a little visually busy. Yep. That's my deepest blue. That is pretty much purely blue. There's maybe a little bit of purple in there. I am now speculating whether I have too much purple in there. but all things considered, that looks about right. It would start getting a lot more vivid if it was leaning too far towards cyan. That said, what if the 69 was in fact too far? What if we did 71? Great year, 71. Because I may not actually want to approach the brightest, vividest blue. I might want it to be on the purple side of things. Yeah, I feel like that's a blue that is just barely hinting at purple and there's no green in it whatsoever. That said, I could nudge it even more. Because remember, I can adjust the value of that, and that will make it be darker. So here's where we wrap. Fascinating doing a adjustment of the colors that is through the 0 point, because hue cuts off at red. Oh yeah, I love it. Okay, perfect. That's definitely a rich, that's a rich purple, way more heavily on the side of blue. So what I am wondering is whether I should make it be more obviously purple. It looks pretty obviously purple. We're doing tiny adjustments now. Also, hey, this is a good time for me to throw another log on the fire. Give me a second. We are in a cold snap up here in Vermont, so I do need to keep that fire going. I will find out if I don't. It will wind up becoming stupidly cold. Also, I think I've boiled my kettle dry as well. That is the sort of thing that one might do, boil their kettle dry. Oh, absolutely. Okay, I'm going to go throw a little more water in this. There we go. That's funny. Don't mind me fiddling with vents and such. There's a vent here. Okay, that ought to get going pretty good. You got 5 inches of, 5 degrees in Florida. I thought she said you were getting snow in Florida. It's been known to happen, but that is not a common scenario. All right, let's see. Where did I leave off? I believe I was in the middle of doing this. we're dialing in our maximum color shades for brightness and darkness. Okay, yeah, that's clearly purple. I'm happy with that. I'm content with having it shade through red to obviously purple and a dim shade of purple at that. That should work for bassy noises. Here is the opposite. If we start at 0.5, we get to dial in what the brightest shade of and let's exaggerate this even a little bit more, although we were probably doing just fine. The same thing, but I skip ahead to where there are S's. So here's our brightest stuff. So now I'm wondering, is that a bright enough? Well, let's boost it even more. And 0.5 is my max A. This is puzzling me a little bit. So this should be maxing everything out until it's uniformly the color of the biggest brightness. I do believe I have set that to a deep blue. Well, one quick way to find out. Effect stack. Yeah, that's not cyan at all. That's blue. That's definitely blue. It needs to be this cyan shade, as bright as possible. Well, let's save the stack as this so that we can go back to our unpleasantly bright sound. And let's see. So what I just did was not correct. 0.73, 0.6. Looks like maybe 0.5 is our brightest possible noise, which would suggest that this needs to be pulled back to keep ramping up the effectiveness of this. Now what do we got? Again, this will be annoyingly bright. Okay. So is that the right shade of cyan? Can I make it be brighter? We're in the zone. I just am not sure that I'm going around far enough. Or maybe it's gone too far? Well, I can plainly see that it's doing something at 0.5 exactly is what I've got that set to. So it was 0.52. Well, we've just nudged it in a direction. Did it go closer to being a bright, vivid cyan, or did it go closer to being a unuseful, darker blue color? One way to find out. What do we got? Bright cyan or a darker blue? I'm going to call that a darker blue. That doesn't look brighter than the yellow at all. We went the wrong direction. Let's try 0.48. Who knew that cyan was like not even half the way around the color wheel? I would not have guessed that. That makes no sense. I would have assumed that green was halfway around the color wheel, but clearly that's not true. So, bada boom. We'll try 48. If that's not enough, I'll try 47 or something. It'll be the coolest of cool greens for the bright sounds. Effect stack with the high frequency boost built into the scenario. Our S's are clearly far louder than they ever need to be, but that's on purpose. I made it like that on purpose. So, is that blue enough or beyond to, let's find out. More experiments. 47 this time. Let's see what we got. Well, that's not the one I meant to do. That doesn't have the brightening factor to it. Here we go. Okay, I think I got there. So we've got vivid green colors, sure enough, but that is looking almost like white. It's definitely not wrapped around to the blue to the point where it's getting darker again. Cool. Okay. So the remaining thing, if I was doing one of my regular plugins this way, probably what I could do is put these on sliders and tune them on the fly, and that would be awesome. But I don't have that set up right now. I don't have knobs on the meter. Having set up those extremes appropriately, we're now going to see whether this does anything interesting. Because remember, when I was playing this on regular meter, let's skip to in here maybe. The trick with this is if you run it on regular meter, what it's telling you is, wow, all of these are completely optimal. In other words, peak is balancing the slew at any given point. It's like nailing that moment. So the idea is to have this meter giving you some kind of intermediate setting. We'll experiment with 0.25 this way, in hopes of this optimal setting being some kind of nice vivid green. This is not the one that I was checking, but let's have a look at what this one looks like. Bunch of different colors to be sure. But what happens when we go to session B? And this is not unsimilar to what I was seeing out of this when I tested this and everything was coming in as purple. Suggests that my baseline here this is telling me two stories. One of them is that I do not have the intensity of the baseline turned up enough. This is too dark. It is too much in the purple and red zone. And the other thing is that the intensity of my departure from these amounts is maybe too extreme. Now, there is a further thing that I can do here. I can do this. If I do this, it will keep the sine bit of whatever that is. But now we are adding a exponential quality to it. And that's going to pull central stuff more to the center. We're still clamping it at the maximums that it has. But we get to use this for every one of these modifications. And again, we use R here. So if that's close to 0, it's going to be ever closer to 0. It's going to really center on something. But if we have extreme values, they will swing out towards the extreme color stories we're telling. We can sneak it in there as well. Might not matter all that much, but no reason not to, really. Value is still at literally 1, but that's fine. And now we get to see where we ended up. See, so my baseline, that is a blue-purple. It's still way too dark. And that's puzzling me a little bit because I'm not really quite sure why that is happening. Let's make sure we always run this. Then hue F-min. So this should be doing something. What if we start at 0.35? What happens then? Because I should have it capped at a maximum and a minimum from which it can go. Also, we can dial back the intensity a little bit. Departure is now 1/10 of its previous available amount. We will see whether we can dial in the baseline or not. Okay, and it's supposed to be based on green. And I'm not seeing it, so that's interesting. That's very interesting. Am I perhaps missing something? Let's have it depart even less. And we'll start from F-min 0.1. If departure is small enough, it shouldn't actually be changing this at all. If it's less than 1, then we end up making it be between 0.73 and 1. If it's not less than 1, it's greater than 1, but less than 0.47. What are we looking at here? What do I have to do to make this be a green color? There are, in fact, black dots. Those are what's being drawn as the zero cross meter does its thing. Oh, what am I doing? That's not what I wanted to do at all. Give me a second. We are a little scattered today. Okay, hi. Now we're following instructions a little closer. Neat. I don't know why hitting escape made that go away, but fine. 0.2. Maybe I just needed to dial departure back that much. I mean, departure is being raised to the power of itself. That's a lot, so that would explain a lot. Yeah, because departure is closer to 200 or so. And that speaks volumes. So let's see. Maybe I've even got it in the zone. Do a quick build. We're now based on 0.2 or thereabouts. Yeah, I think I just had it. Once I started multiplying it by itself, it became far too powerful. The tiniest little discrepancies were just forcing it into extremes. That looked more like yellow to me. Okay, cool, cool. So given that this is meant to be a really narrow focus on the optimal sound, we're going to make it go a little bit more green. but some of the stuff that it's doing is already showing some interesting characteristics. Let's see, a little more green. That would be increasing this number slightly. What about 2.5? Is that too green? One way to find out. Did I manage to unburn out a little bit? Kinda, sort of. I did a bunch of the video game stuff. I am allowing myself to dig into some of my hard work for Console H. This is partially preparatory for Console H. Okay, this is lovely. This is leaning in the direction. See, what's meant to happen with this is the original meter switches between green, blue, and red dots very, very aggressively. I'm trying to synthesize a behavior like that, but off of hue and over a black background. It's a pity I can't more vividly do all of this, but we'll see. So this is meant to be very vividly green because it's optimal, and I would say that that is pretty successfully very vividly green. Thing is, if it becomes darker, let's see if it already does what I'm hoping. Because again, this is the one where if everything is flat, it's neutral. If you brighten it, it's supposed to go colder. We don't have enough effect there. And if you darken it, it's supposed to go warmer in color. And it's doing a bit of that right there. So yeah. Multiply departure by 10. Yeah, I should show you what the game developing is like. Maybe by 4 I will. I'll go and make tacos and then I'll show you where the game dev thing has got. Because this is going... I have a feeling like if I can make this work, I will probably be able to do Console H by 2026. Because this is what I need to get working. And I did a brand new Pample Juice file, and although I don't have it building on GitHub at this time, this is building locally. So we shall see. Anyhow, boost that. Back into this, which is supposed to be very much for original meter. This was intensely, vividly blue and nothing else. Nothing showed up that wasn't intensely blue. This, a little different. In fact, we're going to set this to as close to exactly neutral as I can and resave the stack. And hit play. And now I have made the effect be slightly too intense. It's no longer sticking to just green. Now it's just freaking out. And if I push the high frequencies up with this, it's definitely on the colder side. And if I darken it, it's definitely on the bassier side. See, by the time you have those white spikes in there, your color texture is cold. These are colder peaks than you need. And these or warmer peaks than you need. You could do with a little bit more highs at this stage. And of course, adding bass does the same thing. So, some of this appears to be working fine. What I am currently thinking is whether, well, hang on a moment. Firstly, if I thought it was a little bit too intense on that one, I can simply divide it. Then if we build that again, yeah, well, I mean, you haven't even seen what it looks like when we start bringing in the zero cross meter, because that should have amusing things going on too. I am looking forward to that. Give me a second. Let's skip forward. Here's my test audio. We'll do the one with this. So this should be hanging around being mostly green if no other changes are made. And indeed, I think it pretty much is. And if we use the Smoothie Q2 high to boost the highs, I'd like it to kick in that blue color before we hit here. That's the thing. And there are ways to do that. And then if I dial it back, what we see is that we can go towards a warmer texture. Or even a really deep dark texture with no highs going on at all. And then we do have that stuff going on. This might be an amusing time to bring in the zero cross meters information again, because we're drawing on top of it, you see. We can synthesize that as well, and probably will, but for the moment, not worried about that. I want dark meter showing on console H, yes. I want something cool looking that gives you ideas of what the vibe of the sound is. Because what I did for console X was neat. Also bear in mind I want this for console X2, not just only console H. I'm looking to do one that I can use in all of the stuff that I'm doing. Let's see, back to the effect stack. So there's where the zero cross meter is doing its thing. You want to have stuff going on down here. But without clipping. So that's subsonics down there. So maybe I feel like there's adjustments that can be made here as well. I feel like there's adjustments that can be made there as well. So data A count A. Well, let's synthesize something. In fact, we could even, let's see, not from there. Ooh, wonder what transparent white would look like when I do this. It won't look any damn different. And I'll tell you why. Because I'm drawing it over the background first. So that's all well and good, but Yep. Remember, if you were using my Chimey Deluxe plugin, that's pretty good at playing with the attack on things. Doubtless including a 303. That's what I made it for. So let's see, where are we at? I was just talking about, you know, I could probably create a color out of RGB this time. We're not going to use this, but I can use that to start with. So RGBA, we're going to be 0, 0, and then we include blue. We don't have blue anywhere else, so that'll work. G also is blue. Alrighty, so there's this start. Rather than dark violet, we have literally blue. But what we're wanting to do is use data A count. And it'll get increasingly more blue the lower down it goes. Seven times data A count. Let's see what we get when we do this. RGB data A count becomes literally and directly the blue proportion of all of this. Let's see what kind of deep blue colors or bright vivid blue colors we get. We'll do it in both channels. And let's see what happened. Back over to here. I don't hate that. I don't hate that. It highlights some of the greens too. So the color story that is being told here relative to loudness is this like wispiness of dark blue stuff down there. That is the zero cross meter doing its thing. So if you want lots of bass, you want it to show up down there. It is providing a background for this other stuff to do, but the other stuff is constantly going fairly loud. And the louder peaks that are happening are darker. The quieter stuff is closer to this green colored, louder stuff is darker. This may be something to do with the way that the Bastel castles work, because it looks very consistent. And then that should also hold up when running with filtration. So if we add more bass, what's going to happen is everything will get darker. You're going to lose that green, but also this blue stuff is going to get bigger. The blue stuff moved down, and the overall volume of things kind of went up. So if you're doing sort of deep bassy stuff, you're going to want it as low as possible. Or do this, and there's no visible blue stuff down here at all. It's too quiet. I feel like I should be able to highlight that somewhat though. Like the size of the pixels, it's 7 times that amount. If I multiplied it by itself, what would happen? If I had it be the opacity, that would be a similar behavior, wouldn't it? What would happen if we do this? What do we get then? Does it even matter if we're drawing dots with opacity? Oh, Full Bucket has a new Yamaha. You know, I am very fond of Full Bucket for all that I am a super fan of the Surge XT people. I'm a fan of the Surge XT interface. Making sounds is more fun on Surge XT, but Full Bucket runs a double precision audio bus. So as far as soft synth are concerned, there is an area in which I think Full Bucket just rules. And sadly, Surge XT will never do that because Surge XT uses a floating point bus so that they can get twice the polyphony. It's as simple as that. So yeah, Full Bucket. Love to hear about Full Bucket. New Yamaha? What Yamaha? Tell me more. Ah, okay. That is very dark. Yeah, barely see anything here. So if you crank it big enough, you can have the bassy stuff show up more. I like that I don't have anything in literally just only blue. However, what I'm now wondering is whether I can emphasize that more. So, what else can we do? I'm not sure if the A factor helped. because I don't think we're really overlaying quite the way that I would otherwise be expecting. So we're going to go back to full opacity, 1.0f. Oh, hang on, I've made a mistake. Look, data A is the left channel, data B is the right channel. Well, I'm glad I spotted that. That's going to be a little bit better. And to tell you what, I can make it be bigger blue spots, like this. And it can make it be a more vivid. Let's make it be more vivid. Let's see what we can do with this. Oh. We'll get it kicking in like that. Then we will sure. All I have to do is put one back and then we'll be all good. So what I'm now wondering, meter 0L goes down to 200. But if it was more than that, we could offset everything down a little tiny bit and see where that gets us. Well, first let's see what we got. If you were making AI feet, they would have the wrong number of toes. That's all I got to say about that. Boop. Okay. We're going to do the effect stack just so that I can boost the bass more if I need to. And yeah, see how, like, that's 100, 150. So this very bottom stuff, that is literally subsonics. I'm kind of liking the look of it, but it also needs to go down further. Maybe it should be drawing on top of the clips. That would be amusing. Shall we? Shall we draw the bass stuff on top of all of the other stuff? So if everything is turned up beyond recognition, you could still have the blue stuff covering that up. That might be amusing. Because you might as well, nothing else is happening. Yeah. Let's see what that's like. Let's see what it's like when you draw the zero cross meter. Oh, hang on. Well, I can draw over that, but not if... Don't mind me just having a thought. So here is the end of this one. We'll just double it up. By double it up, we will draw that thing, but then we will also make sure that it's not going beyond, and then we don't need this else. And then we can draw the blue dots over the clipping indicators if we want, which might be amusing in its own right. Back to peak R for that. Now there is no need for the else. Well, hang on. Are we doing this in a funny way? We've got slightly different values for these. Let's not have slightly different values for these. I don't know how that got by me. But this doesn't have to get by me because we can do this. Down you go. So there's the slew clip, there's the peak clip, and then there is the blue dots, which we are going to offset. Meter 0L plus something like 40 or 50, and then also clamped to that. So let's see. So small values get drawn directly. We're going to add something to it, and then we're going to make it not go beyond a certain range. So but here's what I'm wondering now. What if it's meant to be a base-oriented thing? That's the problem. I just thought, what if I do a square root of it and then multiply it back up? And that way it will be really clamped and it will be really focusing on the lows being right near the bottom of the thing. But then that means higher frequencies will also hover near the bottom of the thing. Shall we find out what it looks like, even if it's a dumb idea? Shall we find out? We're going to find out. I know I had it made to work a certain way, but the range between 40 hertz and like 0 hertz is covering too much area in there. So 200 is my number for not going beyond. Square root of that is 14. Square root of that is 14. So 14.142135. Close enough? Well, divided by that, it gives you the same number again. So 14.142. F. And likewise, same deal. Oh, hello. What went wrong? What's going on there? Oh, it's confused. It's upset. It doesn't know what to do. That's because I need to put all of this into a neat little parenthesis so that the output of that calculation is forced to become an int. Then it's happy again. Now let's see whether I'm happy with what it looks like now. Because what will have happened is all those blue dots just shifted down radically. What's that gonna look like when we're actually fooling with it? Does that tell me a useful story about what the base is doing? Or not so much? Effect stack so that I can boost it if I need to. Huh. Okay. I mean, I'm definitely hearing the subs. So we got our peaks up on the top, and then we have our zero crosses underneath. And the intensity of those is going to determine what happens. Oh, the sister rows, this blue stuff is very much zero cross meter. But zero cross meter is being drawn on the image directly. Not only that, it's being drawn on top of clipping. So if you're getting lots of base, that shows up. And if you're getting lots of treble, well, it covers up the treble a little bit too. So if you're slamming the heck out of everything for maximum loudness... Oh, this is no longer... I'm going to have to change the name. I shall change the name of this one. Don't mind me, I will do that right now, in fact. That was more than a year ago that I dove into all of that, and I think it still tells relevant stories there, but that is not where we're at today. We're going to call this color meter is what we're going to call this. Let's go find where it says that and change it. Actually, maybe it doesn't say that there. Oh, is this where? And it does not want me to use this. I'm sure I know somebody who will be able to tell me what's better. Dum-de-dum. And it's probably going to be laid out in some kind of thing where I can see, because it's drawn in a different color, that it is text. You would think that would happen. See how Jost is... boom! Got there. If host track name is not... Boom. There we go. So if it's one of your tracks and it's working properly, it will replace that name with the name of the track that it's on. So you look at it and it says, hey, 303 bass. That's the name of the track that it was on. Cool. I must be looking at what the 303 bass does. Hit save. Close that again. Back to in here. Honestly, I think the square root stuff is working fairly well, although I could still nudge it down a hair, because there's room at the very bottom of the meter to show where that is. I do. Haha. Okay, look at that. 359. 381. So this normally will go to 200. So if we take 3 and replace it by 1, we get to see how far from the bottom the setting of 159 is. 159 equates to 40 hertz. I'd like that to show up at the very bottom of the meter. You fill up that area, but don't necessarily go beyond it, and you know that you're filling up the lows. So, 159, oh, hang on, don't mind me, 159 square root times, same thing I'm using here, is, let's see, where are we at? Come on, 14.142, 178. So the difference between 178 and 200 is the difference between 40 hertz and a little below 20 hertz. And I'm not that worried about having this one represent subsonics. I want it to be showing where that deep 40 hertz stuff is, because that's where you want kick drums and things to mostly sit. 200 minus 178. 22. If I add 20 to this, it should line up just about right. So plus 20. Where was it? It was after this part. It was here. It's that plus 20. Same with this. Square root is inside the parenthesis. And then I also use mathematical functions min. And there we go. Hello. Oh, were we not able to do... You know what? Fine. It'll work fine. Okay, honey, why are you not working fine? I thought you were doing good. It's arguing there is no matching function for a call to fmin. Do I have my parenthesis all screwed up somehow? Oh, I totally do, don't I? Look at that. And I tell you why, because it needs to go here. And now it's fine. Then I change it to R, and we should be good to go. As soon as I find the other one, there we go. Here we are. There. And now the bottom of the meter counts as like around 40 hertz. And it's clamped there. to further highlight how intense everything becomes, or something like that. Well, let's see how it looks, anywho. Wait a minute, did I just do it in the wrong place? No, surely not. No, I think it's still good. I thought I just screwed it up completely. Let's see whether that's true. Okay, so while stuff is being kind of chill and quiet, here's what this sound does. And then if we boost the bass, this is going to start taking over a lot. Clips and subs. Clips show how much of a clip we have. So maybe don't do this. And if you have your subs hanging around here, that's some solid deep bass happening. And if you're mixing fairly loud, well, this middle meter there, ideally there's ways of sorting out how this goes. Don't mind me looking for one of my plugins. This one. Or, whoa, up there. What the hell is the name of that one I am now thinking of? Because I tell you, it could come in handy. Hide? No. Content hide D. Got there. Oh. Now we get to have some fun. Oh, it crashed by mistake. It's almost tacos making time. You ask it whether it wants to recover from the crash, and then it never actually gives you a useful response. Oh, I made a silly thing. Don't mind me. I made a silly mistake. I paused Dark Meter rather than Smoozy Q. This is what I meant to do. So now I'm not going to get busted for audio. In fact, I am so sure of that that I can put it on SWP audio capture. Enjoy hearing little tiny bursts of the actual audio, and this is the new metronome.
hands. Happy hour. Traveling.
I'm back. I'm gonna run audio hijack, so just don't mind me. Oh, settle down, crazy thing. Yeah, so as Floyd is raging away at maximum crank, our high frequency is a little enthusiastic that they're not going up to intersect with the noise. There aren't really any clips because it's normalized. And that's what that stuff sounded like on full cry.
Don't take a slide. Money.
But then I can also check out all manner of other stuff. See, here's all the other things I was working on. Let's see what the Beasties do. In the bass, it's short shot.
Cause you can't.
So there's, and then when the lows kick in, I I might be wanting to do something with those legs. They're pretty bold. Like perhaps have the intensity of them or make them a little bit paler. They're about brightness, yes, but do they need to be so eye-searingly white? That's a good question. So our overall texture, that is all basically working. You see that base is working in here. That's the zero cross thing. Yeah, so that's cool. Let's make sure that that's ready for me to play with again. Quit out of there. This I can even play Beatles because I've got content hide D there. So now let's see what we are doing with this. Here's our slew setting. We can draw this after the peak. Actually, we're drawing the peak after it, so set color. I could make it be a paler gray when it's not really going too far past. I seem like a guy who'd own a Moog Prodigy. I have a Moog Sub Fatty. That was back when I was able to get fancier things. I mean, if I get too desperate, I could sell it off, but I have not sold it off as of yet. I still have it. Don't have a Moog Prodigy, though. Never did. So let's see where we're at. So from float RGBA, or I could do HSL. Also, we have completely gone beyond this other. There's a bunch of code sitting in here that I have not used for like the last 6 hours. Watch this. So if PS dot size is larger than -100, else nothing past else matters at this stage. This else might as well not even be there. And this might as well not even be there. So everything gets to scooch over a little bit. And then we don't need this either. And look how conveniently tiny that is now. It's perfect. Same deal here. If dot size is larger than -100, so nothing from here matters. And then this doesn't matter because it's always true. Look at all those spaces that I don't need. And then we're no longer doing that. Look at how much tidier that is. It all fits on one screen. This is what we've been doing. This is what we've been using. So now we are going to make those garish white colors not be as obnoxious. And we can leave it poking up as much as it is, but let's set the color differently. Mind you, I am tempted to find out what would happen if I was drawing it as a transparency. Can we just take this? Yeah, let's see. Cut. After we draw the dots, we do that. Same for here. Cut, and then after we draw the dots, we do that. And there's a color called transparent white. Let's see what it looks like. In theory, that draws... Oh, okay. I stand corrected. Capital transparent white. So that's a white, but it has also got alpha channel in it. And we're going to see what that looks like now. Turn on Smoothie Q and make it so that I can access it. Okay, it's kind of transparent, but I'm not all that impressed. I can agree that that might be transparent, but I'm still not happy with the way it draws. So we're going to skip that one. We're going to skip that and go back. Can we undo past all of that? We can. So instead, let's draw this first. We'll draw the red peak stuff on second. And we're going to set the color based on what SUR is. So rather than float RGBA, I'm thinking maybe more along the lines of what I'm using in here from HSV. So don't use hue here. It could be anything though. Saturation of 0. And value of SUR minus 198. Or perhaps a little, not quite as much as all that. Also, we're going to have to divide it, aren't we? Well, we can do that. Yeah, so that's just going to go pegged off of the maximum limit immediately. That's going to be fine. But then we simply multiply it by something, and what better to multiply it by than, or divide it? Well, I like multiplying things rather than dividing them. If we were going to multiply or divide by 100 so that it was at full brightness if it just spiked completely beyond all reason, then we'd be multiplying it by 0.005. And then if I use slew L, because remember we know it's beyond this, same deal. We can even be cautious and have it be a min. Like that. That way we know we're not blasting past its maximum brightness. In fact, we can dial back the maximum brightness a little bit, so it's only a gray at its max. And if we do that, we can have it be twice as intense. And then let's see, where's that at? Here we are. That goes to slew R again. We can build. Back into here, and soon enough I'll be playing classic rock hits that we can't actually play on stream without being booted off of YouTube for it. But for right now, I get to do this. So let's add way too much brightness. So when you're way too bright, it can look like this. When it's not too aggressive, it's maybe a little bit more reasonable. You still kind of see it. So it's a slightly ghostly look to all of it, but you can still see it's there. So that still gives you the information, but it's not too obnoxious. And this is also where you use like glue plugins. This is an old mix with much too much high frequencies on it. Here's what it is without the boosts.
Very strange, for they were watching ponies on the New York Stock Exchange. People, they all joined their hands as they set up a chant, and Discord oozed right through the screen like horror.
Now we start playing with fire. Creed and Spawn in the Bayou. Oh, am I being drowned out? Don't worry about it, it's fine. brightness measures. And again, you see how warm it is? It's not terribly bright. But then as soon as the voice comes in, it's hovering in that green zone, if not even going brighter than that. See, it's a cool green when he's singing. And we've got some bass showing up. It's kind of the lines there. So yeah, there's one hit record tone. I showed you, oh, I know. If we're going to be doing that, we might as well get our money's worth out of it. Taxman. So here is how Taxman registers. Lot of information. Surprisingly large amount of bass. And it's occupying that range. So it's a whole new experience in learning how to make this stuff work. Also note the variety of colors showing up. Oh yeah, it's a heavy bass album. Mind you, it's not as bassy as some things. Oh, I gotta wait and see what the guitar shows up like. So the color of those green dots is on the cool green side at that point. So yeah, that is the Beatles' Taxman. I'm gonna go back to Beasties. Go right into the middle. I'm tempted to heighten that bass note more. I should have stuff that I know is exaggeratedly bassy. Because here's the thing, it's like, in order to make this stuff be extremely intense, maybe what you want is an equal balance between the green. Oh, now those are verging towards science. Some of them. And intense, vivid blue dots in the bottom of it. If we assume that this is maximum phase, also I'd like to change the size of this screen, but that's another story.
Ah, yes, indeed.
So I mentioned how Beasties and Beatles registered kind of similarly, and this is what I meant. The top 12 dB, and everything is just registering up to and including the amount of overbrightness. It's all basically just about the same. There's all you can get. Okay, so that is something I was talking about. I was talking about like maybe moving everything down a little farther so that you could see the lows right down at the bottom, rather than being tempted to push them further. So how does one go about doing that? Well, we are making this, and rather than plus 20, we can do plus 30, and that'll nudge everything down a little further. 10 pixels further to be exact. And then, let's see, so RGBA, you know what? If that is 3, everything's going to be more vivid. And if the size, well, I don't know if I need to scale the size. Maybe I just need to scale the intensity. Original sizes were 7. No, 8's probably fine. Okay. Also, right up at the top here, ooh, hang on a moment. So we don't need to draw this because this is no longer relevant to anything. But you know what we could do? It's going to still be fairly dark. Let's draw all this on top of everything else so we can see where it all shows up. I don't know if that's the correct answer, but we will find out real soon. So here's our count. Here's the overall thing. So after the count, we draw the reference lines. And they're a little brighter because they're gray rather than dark gray. And then what else? I just boosted the vividness and moved those down a little bit further. So now let's see what SureShot acts like now. Build. Effect stacks. It's getting on towards 4. Oh, I need to change the size of the window too. I would like to do that. Is that a good thing to do right this instant? Maybe so. Let's find out. Over to here. Is it plugin editor we're using? Where do I define the size of that window anyway? So this is kind of no bueno. This did not work well. So I'm defining this background texture somewhere. Maybe it's here? Well, let's find out. Nope, that's basic stuff. What do I got to do to resize this damn window? It's not that. That's for the screen. That's for the outside edge. Not there. That's fine. This, on the other hand, I think this is it. I have commented that out and it is not being used. Where am I declaring that image? Or am I? Am I even declaring that image? So display width, we're starting at 1280. We're going to have display height be 200. paint. Okay, I know we draw stuff in Plugin Editor. How's that even work? Let's see if changing that one thing does what I wanted. It claims to have succeeded. We shall see. It may have worked perfectly first time, and it may have just broken everything completely. Only one way to find out. Oh yeah, that didn't work at all, did it? On the other hand, this part is still working. It's just my screen is completely wrong. I want it to be like this. It is those lines for what that's worth. And I can zoom it in to be wherever I want. And it's drawing that stuff correctly. So the length of the window is set to how wide it is. And we're not actually stretching it out or squishing it. The interpolation stuff comes in. Now that might be kind of nice though. So here is patch. Why is it not starting up at the size I want? I feel like I told it to be smaller. And we're drawing on the actual window rather than on a texture. Bye-bye. So this is us, G-fill all. Everything we are drawing on just the window itself. So if I can make the window be only a certain size, I thought display height would do it, but apparently not. Data points maxes out at 2000. Okay, so user width, user height. What if I did this? What if default user height was 200? What then does it do? That's the only other place I saw a size. So with this you can override the size, and I'm going to see whether it overrid it in such a way that it's now the size I wanted it to default to. Because we shouldn't have a default saved size in there. Hey! Except for now I feel like it's a little bit too small. We have a line drawn at 200. I don't think that's very close to it, is there? Ah, you see, it needs to be that high. Interesting. But that part worked. This would probably also work. 220. So we can make it be a little bit narrower since it's going to be smaller anyway. I'm just going to keep attempting to do it and see what sizes it comes out to. Oh, that was the wrong thing. Oh, that quit. Come on. Come on, come on. Be nice to me. There we go. So there's the 220. How close is it? Very close indeed. No changes. So if it was actually 220, then telling it to be 222 should show that bottom line that I won't actually need to be drawing, but that's supposed to be like the zero cutoff. Go back to my regular things for this. No effect stack, dark meter. It looks to me like I can see that line just in the bottom edge. If it's 223, does it show more clearly? Also, do I want it to be 720 as a default user width? Maybe. I gotta quickly rush off and throw yet another log on the fire, and this is me squinting madly at this window to see whether I can see the little line in there. Oh, I know what I could do. Hang on. Whoa up. I can make damn sure I see this line. That'll be the easiest to see. It's also going to make my text become glaring for the moment, but that's fine. As long as I get to dial in the size of this window accurately. Okay, can I see the line at 220 whatever? Maybe. That bottom line sits there. Everything else scales as needed. It's wild the way this alters. I don't think I can make it refuse to scale. I'm pretty sure if you use this one, well then it can scale according to that. But if you use this one, you're just forcing it to scale whether it likes it or not. So, I mean, arguably that would work though. Back to plugin editor H. Or not. That's not where we find that at all. Here's where we do. Okay, so 225. Build it out of there. I did say something about how I had to throw another log on the fire. Okay, so 225, I am definitely bigger than that needs to be. I still see the... I'm going to come up with some kind of better color for that. Green might work. Let's do something more visible so that I can get exactly what the height is meant to be. There we go. 100% green. And then if I can still see that green, it's too big. $224. Can I still see green at the bottom edge of the screen? Yep. I would kind of like it to be 222 because that's the Sherlock Holmes number. Let's find out. And that would be amusing in its own silly way. And can we still see the green line? No, it was 223. Okay. You know what? I'm going to give it a 1 extra pixel grace. And then we're going to not change the color. And we're not going to make that extra line because we don't need it. And we're going to build that. And then while I go and sort out the fire, I'm going to throw my Beastie track on again. I did build that, yes? Yes. And various other things besides, one at a time. Here's dark meter.
Don't stop!
Our new Airwindows meter. And I think that will fit neatly on console versions and fit nicely. And you can indeed see where the lows are at. It does appear to be drawing them correctly. So you want stuff shown in this very bottom section if you want it to really be really beefy and heavy. But that's not the only option. Or rather, here's a bunch of other things you can do. Burial. Raver. So we can plainly see in the drum and bass how we have a bunch of energy way here. Not restricted at all. So that's basically 40 hertz. In fact, I wonder whether maybe I should be switching everything up a tiny bit. Just so that you can see where it leaves off. Like, if you're trying to do this, shouldn't you be able to see where it goes down to and then where it leaves off? This very bottom section could be the drum and bass zone. That might actually tell me. So that would imply I have another tweak to make. I'm also curious as to whether maybe I'd like to cut the bright spikes in half. It's a thought. It's a thought. So See, it's much smaller than it used to be. This is literally all we've got. Here's our subs. See, it's got to be telling you those stories. Let's even boost the vividness of it even more. It is being multiplied by itself. So we can live with a little extra boost. And let's see, we had it at 20. We made it go to 30, and that's arguably down more than it needs. Let's see what it does when we have it literally be 20. Quick rebuild. I'm going to go and throw a log on the fire, and I will go and have tacos at a normal time. But, I might as well. I lost a certain amount of viewership. I did not adjust the high frequency spikes. I did adjust the lows. That should go down a little tiny bit more, while still not quite touching the very bottom. Because this is pretty optimal. You don't get much better than this. So a little more tweaking, how about? $24. There, now let's build that. It's quite plainly visible, and I like that. Now where are we at? Do I need to push it down even further? This is perfect for dialing this one in. Because that particular functionality, I'm really going to want it to I can push it another 2 pixels, and that's probably as much as I need to do. I will push it another 2 pixels. Go from 24 to 26, and we needn't go any further. And then here's the slew stuff. So if I simply made that be times 0.5 f, and then I can encapsulate that as well. And then same deal. But that one I do not even, oh, hang on, no I do, because it's an int. No harm done. There. And then same deal for this one, which I can do by changing the L's to R's. Color seems good. I don't anticipate a problem with that. And let's see, where's our slew? There it is, starting at int. Scooch it over to here. And then make sure that it says R where it needs to. Build that. And now let's see how Archangel looks. And I'm going to set that rolling, and I'm going to go and put another log on the fire and look right back at it. I'll leave it going a bit. As promised, fire. Throw some of these larger logs in. Okay, this ought to catch. Tinder on the floor here is not good. Gotta get that tinder off the damn floor. Where it all came from. Actually, I do. It came from logs. It came from firewood. It's all sooty. Oof. Oop. So, whatever story we tell. You can have lows going right down to the bottom edge of the meter. We're not actually clipping, it just looks a little bit like we are. The slews are not too overwhelming. I think it probably will sound more spacious if you have a big empty area of black, but there's other things that we can look at for evaluating that. Here's something, a little dead mouse. Dead mouse is on the brighter side. This is faxing Berlin. He doesn't necessarily need to go as bright as this. But you know, electro. It gets in the way of being able to see what the bass is doing. The bass is not shy. Your classic electro stuff going on. Ooh. And although we are excessively bright, maybe I'm going to tweak that on the fly. So a bit of smoothie cue. We'll take those high frequency spikes out so we can see what the bass is doing. And the bass is sitting in exactly the same zone that Burial used. So this is the low end of faxing Berlin if you don't worry about the high frequency stuff going like everywhere. And yeah, it is drawing the blue over the top of it. You just can't really see it because there's so much of the EDM going on. But that's what the lows will be doing in this track. It's sitting very neatly framed in this bottom section. That's sitting around 40. That's sitting around 40 hertz. Turn that back on, and it's all the high frequencies your way. Oh, if a track is clipping in dark meter, if it does this, those are clip indicators. You can clip lots. So don't do that. See, it will show you whether the track is clipping. Here's a AA Foo Fighters track. All My Life. This is one of your louder ones. It is slightly panned. That's why everything is showing up as dual images. Is there's a guitar there that's a little off center. You barely see a hint of blue in there as well. That's the fullness of it. That's the. And then as we go super loud, all of a sudden, off CD, this is not shy about being bright. But notice how well balanced it is. Like, we have got incredible bright. Everything is cyan. But the high frequency overslew there is overwhelming. That speaks of balance at this volume level. And then the chorus is going to go ridiculous. See, we've got no real peak energy range anymore. Also notice how this rock sound, literally nothing down at 40 hertz. It is all over this line. That's why I did. If you're working in certain genres, you'll probably have choices as to make about what you want going on, or what you want in various places. And if you were reproducing literal Foo Fighters off of a CD, because this is literal Foo Fighters off of a CD, I bought the CD and own the CD. This is what that sound is. Complete with the blend between -12 and this bottom line, nothing below the bottom. And the color, the consistent color of this track. Here's another early Deadmau5. Or is it now? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. This is early Deadmau5. This is I Recommend Cascade. And so this too is going to tell a color story, and it's much closer to clipping. You see, we've got the little clipping markers right down at the bottom there. The kick is slightly higher than before. You see where it sits, it's extremely strong. It's very much in evidence. I think it's always happening after the initial transient, which is why the blue is not covering it up. You can see in some of these areas in here where the initial transient is always there, but then sometimes blue is covering up the same transient that's being drawn clearly at the very bottom. So that's another thing to observe from this, which you couldn't even observe, well, not necessarily the next plugin. I haven't even built it on GitHub yet, but it'll be showing up. You'll be seeing it. Let's have a little fun with yet another. This one has some special qualities going on. This is Deadmau5's Strobe. And it's going to only, yeah, that Deadmau5 stuff, it would be clipping when the kick hit. It's a very strident kick in that one. Ooh, and it's almost 5. I should not play only Deadmau5. I should play some of the other things. So here's Strobe doing its thing. Here's where it starts building up to the everybody losing their mind part. Note the color. The maximum volume is very tightly controlled here. Observe the color that it makes. It is a perfect spring green. That is a popular color for music. It is equates to the same thing as the most intense vivid blue and also note we've got those kick spikes again. In fact, you can even see the little tip of cyan as our loudest kicks hit. But notice everything else is still bright spring green. So yeah, here's one of those very popular synthesizer sounds that everybody loves off of deadmau5. And this is what it looks like in dark meter. So if you want lovely bright green tones, make it work like this. What else have I got here that's good to look at? Maybe a little professional. I said I wasn't going to do only deadmau5. And yet here we are. Here's the same color story. This stuff you are not going to find being, although you do have a little bit of, but mostly it's sitting around being a very distinct color. It's being that spring green color. Meanwhile, are you familiar with the Velt? Bet you this is a slightly different color. So we've got some brightness here, but
Look what they made.
is a more chill song. It's quite successful. Look at the color story design. Dynamically, it's about the same as all the others. But we have completely different, and this is the color meter. So we have a complete variation. It's like a kaleidoscope in there. And again, the volume of it is pretty much full crank at all times. We don't have anything happening below 6 dB. We also don't have much happening. You can kind of see the low end showing up there. And we've got our bright clicks. We've got our bright caps. We've got sibilants. Those voices are about as bright as you can reasonably get. But they still hold back just enough. You could probably tune this so that your kick transient only made it. I don't have any Daft Punk, no. Yeah, I'm absolutely going to spend a little time fooling with some of this stuff before leaving and going and having dinner, which I do need to have. Hey, let's have a little AC/DC. You don't get to play this on the internet. But thanks to Content ID, we can see how that measures, and will. And looky there, isn't that interesting? You can see the kick and snare by how they show up on the zero crest meter. The kick is centered on this line. So you could design your kick to center on that line. The snare is going to line up. Oh God, that's crazy. Do you see that? It sits on this bottom line, and then the snare sits on one line above, which is like minus 30 dB. That's funny. I would not have guessed that in a million years. Yeah, new things every day. I did not have that for. This is better than the original meter because of the way zero cross is showing up, because of the way it becomes controllable. Here's another beautiful little kick, a kick hit, like literally right here. And it's just dead center on that line. I designed that line so that the drum and bass stuff would sit neatly in this slot, but look at very, very, and of course our color is perfect. It's sitting at that pure spring green. Maybe it's a little warmer sometimes. The loud notes can be bassier. Then that's interesting because you can tell what the loud is and what the quiet is. What else have we got? I have already heard some of these things. Little police.
Wear that dress.
Roxanne.
You don't.
See this classic stuff, it leaves room for dynamics, and we're seeing that. Probably loud notes are from the voice. I have a journey track that has definitely got loud notes from the voice. You can see where it kicks in. So voices should be showing up as vividly green or leaning more towards cyan if they're accepted as bright. Yeah, that's probably the voice. It's about 12 dB down.
I have to touch.
Yeah, see, there he is. So we probably got,
I'm no
here we go. There's some loud notes coming up.
girl.
There we go. So it would be there. It's about 12 dB down. And it's a cyan color. So, and there he is again. So stop. Roxanne is this. It's this. And that is a green color. It's not, it could go cyan, but in fact it's not. And yeah, and then the drums have this little nudge of red on the outside edge of what the sound is. You can see where the bass drum kicks in because it's a different color. Neat. How about a little Judas Priest? Judas Priest does not push heavy, not even as much as you got off of AC/DC.
Wasting.
All of your power in Judas Priest is in the middle. It does not hang out down here. It's got to be a more powerful. And it's all mixing together fairly well, even though it's quite loud. Yeah, so there you go. There's another example of hit record tone as shown using largely green. Remember how Foo Fighters was much more cyan. I can show you that, for instance, Journey. This is another high quality Journey track. This is a high quality Journey track. It's Wheel in the Sky. It's back when Ainsley Dunbar was playing with them. So notice how you've got a lot of orange and red showing. That's because our drums here, our percussion, doesn't tend to be spiky and pointy. But some of our gloss in here and the quieter stuff is more the cyan shade of color. That means don't have your drums be bright and obnoxious sounding, but allow the background to be sparklier and shinier. This is sort of your classic MOR, middle of the road, corporate rock. And one of the things here is that we've got a lot of brightness carried here. We do tend to get pretty bright. The color is shifting towards cyan. It's definitely green, and that is normal for like hit recordy stuff. See, it kicks in. Do I have conveniently available? What do I have that's conveniently available? I've got all of this stuff. If we sort by name, oh, well, that could be amusing. I've got some much later Don Henley, Boys of Summer. Oh, did it not play correctly? Super 80s. Super 80s. We are a lot louder. We are a lot brighter, but not so much glaring like crazy. But we're definitely hanging out being bright. That said, this is 80s bright. Notice that we're not flying with lots of these spiky things like we saw in the Burial. If you're shooting for this kind of sound, you don't have those spikes in there. And in fact, we have some dynamics going on. But it's all a pretty common color. Oh, this is fun. Here's a Cheap Trick track. Surrender off of Budokan. A very popular, successful track. We're seeing some of the same, like, observe where the colors lie. The louder stuff tends to be darker. The quieter stuff tends to be brighter. Our very loudest transients are often on the dark side. In fact, this is a total bass transient upright. This cloud of zero cross that never gets too dark, and it's just hanging around being a cloud in here. So this is controlled by how much bass you have going on. If you don't have enough bass, it just dries up. So you're basically looking to do two clouds. One of them might be at 12 dB, and the other one might be just below it. And if you're in a rock zone, you don't have anything at all down here. But if you're in drum and bass, you need to have stuff going on down here. What else have we got? What was I looking to demonstrate anyway? Oh, I know. I can just go back to here. These are the ones I've already demonstrated sometimes on the Patreon. So I'll show little glimpses of them anyway, because this is a new meter to do it with. Here's an Ace of Base track. This is classic Swedish production. It is very, very, very bright, and yet you do not have those spikes going too crazy. And where those lows go. The whole thing is sitting there being green cyan. This is the classic Swemix sound. And then they had special speakers. Even back when they were doing this, they got giant speakers for mixing stuff that would work in clubs, and this is what you get. So if you can reproduce this, I might as well recall the hit record meter again, because this is showing a perfect picture of exactly how you make this kind of stuff. It's completely consistent. It's completely consistent. And you will also notice that the cyan stuff is all the way up to the top. That's what distinguishes this from the older stuff where the bass transients are louder. In fact, with this, the bass transients tend to be down here. So if you want this sparkly sort of boy band style pop, this is the pattern for that. You set it up so it's doing this. You don't necessarily have the kicks be as huge as possible, but they have to reach all the way down here. Honestly, what the blue is doing is an indication already. And then this is on the brighter side of what people might want to do. Remembering, of course, I do have plugins where you can simply stop these white spikes from happening at all. You don't even necessarily have to worry about it. You can make them stop right there and then focus everything else on how you want. A Van Halen track. This should be fun. So this starts with Van Halen's guitar all by itself. We may also see the way that the bass and kick drum combine in Van Halen, and then I'm going to go and have tacos. Mind you, I might still wind up watching all of these things with Content ID turned off even. But for now, that is what you get off of Van Halen's guitar. It is that color. And then when the band kicks in, you can see where the bass transients sit. They're quite happy having the bass transients be right up at the top. You can see where the zero cross blend is going. And you can see where that overall, you would be able to push everything here up a tiny bit and get away with it. But smooth EQ. A little more highs, a little more high mids, a little more bass, even more. We're just pushing everything up bit by bit. Until we're consistently clipping a little bit. So if you were going to pump up Van Halen louder, you could do it like that. And it's still covering the same basic range. So I can make it move out of this central zone by pulling that back and even more. Maybe fiddle with the control. Turn it into the Mix stuff if you want. And then this is not excessively distorted. We're still leaving space. We still have the basic in place. So it'll still give the basic idea. It's just a little harder than it started. Or even harder if you really want to. Foo Fighters grade. And so that's more Foo's grade. Turn it back off and it returns to how it actually was on the record. So it's a little bit more recessed. And note, or on this note, I showed this off once upon a time, way back when. Debbie Boone, you light up my life. An Airwindows meter. You'll notice that we're not all full bass on this one because there's hardly nothing there. But whenever cuts loose, you see that green color, which is our record type sound. It's not always like that, but as soon as she cuts loose, there you go. It's sitting right up here and doing exactly what you'd want to get out of a hit record. And there it is. So if you want to sing like Debbie Boone, well, go and sing like Debbie Boone, and that puts you in the same color story and the same dynamic story as like the Beatles and the Beasties. Go figure. And on that note, I'll talk to you later, and I'll see you next week. We're going to post some kind of plugin. It's not going to be this one, but because this one's not going to be ready. But we'll post some kind of plugin, and I have a more positive feeling about being able to finish everything up and do my console H work. Because if I can get this to work, well, I can start getting those to work as well. See you this weekend with the new plugin, and I'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.